Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Wow. This music gets you hyped right away. I had already forgotten that it was playing the whole time in the background. Whew. Yeah, when I stopped streaming yesterday, I kind of planned to, to stream today around this time, obviously, but what I didn't plan for is that I actually, watched a couple of VODs of streams on Twitch, as you do, and, kind of got stuck on one particular stream that I watched for like 5 hours, and scrolled through to the best moments, and on accident, sort of went to bed at about 4 a.m. in the morning, and then woke up at like 8. Yeah. So I've definitely slept enough, or maybe not. Coffee's gonna help, and I'd imagine that the story is also gonna help, because we are, getting very, very close. Well, probably not exactly to the end, I'd imagine, but certainly to the biggest moments the story still has to offer. And I am all here for it. But in order to get started, we'll continue our little guided tour that we are doing with the Labyrinthos and Urianger through Labyrinthos. And while we're doing that, I'm drinking my coffee, hoping that it'll help. I'm not actually that tired yet, and I hope I won't get tired, but we'll get through this. I'm sure of it. Okay, let's do this. So we left off yesterday with giving the Labyrinthos a tour through Labyrinthos, because a couple of them now finally came to Theris and wanted to learn about what we are up to here and who their terrestrial collaborators really are. Well, and then we got questioned by Cooking Way the whole time where the bloody kitchens are in this place. And so now, we're taking them to the agriculture facilities in order to find out where the food is made. And hopefully convince them that we eat more than just carrots. So let's do this. This is the place, yes. The heavy aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but read that those who help themselves to farmers' crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Put into pies? What kind of weird things did you read? Or is that some kind of... That's probably a, like a children's story or something, right? In order to deter children from stealing from fields. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Let's do that. No, I don't want to part ways. I suppose if they did put me in a pie, I could just eat my way out. Yeah, I don't know how well that works if you've already been cooked. Wait, they get quite hot inside, don't they? On second thought, let's stick to the plan for now. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. Oh, right, I still can't fly. I managed to get all the ether currents yesterday, though, so I'm only missing the quest ether currents. What fine mess is this? Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here. What? We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal.
Don't you want to go to the moon?
Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it?
Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of our produce, if we may.
By all means, help yourselves.
Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin?
Can we talk about something else? No, doesn't look like it.
Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. It tastes as much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another.
You do that.
Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes?
I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch? That's a bit of an... meh. Ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid gigantoad. Is it called gigantoad or gigantoad? Eyeballs. What are these answers? I wouldn't go through a volcano for grapes, but they're definitely far better than just meh. Let's go with the first answer.
Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall.
That is indeed a thing.
Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat.
I love that we get this. It's the same. I mean, I don't mind it, right? It was the same in Shadowbringers when we were building the Talos. And then you still had, like, I don't know, it was definitely something like 15 side quests or even more. And you constantly had this ultra hyped music in the background. You know, this feels very similar to that. You know, you have this hype music in the background, you know, everything's working towards building this rocket and improving the propulsion systems of it. And you are here with Cooking Way, tasting grapes. I mean, it's obviously very important, right? Cooking Way needs to know what the difference is to their carrots, but still, it is a rather interesting sort of difference in action and music. Not that I mind at all. It's very cool music. It's actually, this hype music is very cool, while not too what's the word? It's not too overbearing, I think. The one in Shadowbringers while you were building the Talos was also really good in terms of music, but holy shit, that was actually hard to listen to for, like, I don't know, it took me at least sort of 3 to 4 hours to get through those side quests, and the whole time in the background, this ultra sort of loud and really extensive, big music, right? It was quite something.
Orange by name, orange by nature.
Are these... Oh, they're oranges. Yeah.
What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat.
Well, I suspect they were probably called something different. You know, a couple thousand years ago, maybe.
That's equal parts sweet and sour, and with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Uriange about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know? So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise.
I mean, the carrots are pretty special because they taste very different. But yeah, I'm, you know, in a way you could probably get used to eating carrots with different flavors. You know, literally eating a carrot that tastes like, I don't know, steak, and then eating another one that tastes like apple. You know, but it would always be the same texture, and it wouldn't look like... There is still a lot of other things sort of to what you eat. It's not just the taste alone, although it is a big part, obviously.
But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there.
Let's eat a pumpkin. Well, that's the collector's edition mount, right? It's interesting to me that it looks so similar to the collector's edition mount of Shadowbringers, which apparently is Emmett's mount. Literally. I wonder where the Endwalker collection mount is, or who uses that. Maybe it's Hythlodeus mount or something?
That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No. In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Ugh. So hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. But all confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots.
Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins?
And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. It is... You know, pumpkin stew is very good. But, having said that, unfortunately I'm not the biggest fan of stews. I mean, nothing against them, but I feel like stews have a very... They're very dependent on how and when you eat them. You know, stew can be an absolutely phenomenal meal. But for me, stew is sort of something you eat, you know, when you go sort of... I mean, mountain climbing almost seems like a bit too much, but... You know, when you're doing something outside, right? And then you're going to like a food stall and they have stew. You know, especially in the winter, especially if it's snowing, sort of having some cool, or not cool, but in this case very hot stew to eat. Sort of in between, right? If you don't sit down in a restaurant or anything, but if you sort of stay outside and then just, you know, grab a stew. That's really, really, really good, right? But just having it sort of at home, I'm just not the biggest fan of it.
I don't know. But you can also eat pumpkin, obviously, just as a vegetable with, well, anything really. That's so good.
Then perhaps even these hard blocks are plant matter that become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder?
Yellow fruit? Wait, what were these? Oh.
What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, I'll have a flavor to match.
I have a feeling this will be a very unexpected experience.
Yes, I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it.
My tongue? Is this poison? poor Cooking Ray.
Lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Maybe some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others.
You should, probably learn about how you make these. Or rather, not how you make these, but why they taste like that. Because lemons... I mean, there are quite a few people who like to just bite into lemons. And it's not that bad, actually. It's very refreshing. But you have to get used to it, definitely. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking.
I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated.
First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth. In more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will.
More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to, if bit of sick came up there, learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst.
I suspect lemon muffin's gonna taste quite good. What's that eating sound?
This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking.
See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. I've discovered a new recipe, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. Quite literally in the case of some fish. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. In the case of food, that is actually a very good it is interesting to show how difficult a decision like that may be. I mean, consider all the different meals and all the food that is consumed on Earth, right? And then think about how do you decide which food, gets taken with you and which doesn't. And having all these different cultures probably come up with all kinds of different answers for that very question, right? I mean, there are probably a couple of things that most cultures on Earth like. But, you know, I'd imagine quite a few things that only sort of specific countries eat would get lost. And there are probably a lot of people who, you know, like these very specific meals. It's a pretty dire prospect. Especially if you are like me and, you know, really, really enjoy eating. I mean, a lot of people do, obviously. On that note, today is the 13th of December, and I still have to open my Christmas calendar for the day. Let's see what's in it. Ooh, chocolate star. That looks quite delicious. And it is. You know, all the soccer food. And me not having eaten so far. That's, you know, has a taste of gingerbread, or at the same time also sweetness from the chocolate. Really, really tasty.
Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Lockerites, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once the civilization has fulfilled the basic requirement for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall.
God. Huh. That is actually a very... I mean, sort of, this theme obviously has been going on for quite a while now. Especially since we've learned of Meteion's fate. And why she concluded that she wanted to destroy Atheris as well, because she doesn't want to see us destroying ourselves, like all the other civilizations. And, you know, seeing it spelled out like this, it's sort of, it's a bit depressing to think about, but at the same time, it is quite true. You know, obviously we do strive to sort of better ourselves every day, right? I mean, we humans do that as well. Obviously we do a lot of bad stuff, or we are not very smart about a lot of things, right? Especially when you think about climate change, that we're literally taking away our own sort of living space through that, right? I mean, nature doesn't care, the universe doesn't care what we do here on Earth. Nobody cares. Except for us, ourselves. We are the ones who will die if the planet, you know, changes too drastically. We are the ones who will perish. Nothing else. I mean, a couple of animals maybe, but again, the universe doesn't care about that. We are the ones who should care, right? That's sort of the weird I don't know, the weird train of thought that some people seem to not get about this, right? Because sometimes you still hear people say, well, why should I care about, like, an animal, you know, dying because of rising temperatures? Why should I care about, rising temperatures at all. I can, go to the beach more often during the year without realizing that, our bodies are literally not built for those kinds of sustained temperatures, right? We are the ones who will die. Nothing else. Nobody will care about that. We should care, though, right? Because we don't have a moon spaceship that can just transport us to another planet that's very Earth-like. Yeah. But it is very interesting to consider that, while obviously, we should strive to better ourselves, and you should obviously try to strive to, end wars and end suffering, and try to make life worthwhile for everybody on this planet. At the same time, striving for perfection, striving for some utopia where everybody is feeling happy all the time is a completely fruitless endeavor. There is no real point to that because, well, at the end of that journey, the only logical conclusion is that there isn't anything worth living for there, right? And it's interesting because that has been a theme throughout Final Fantasy XIV for a very long time now. If you think back to the scene where we talked with Varus, right, and he was trying to convince us that the Garleans were building this one perfect race, and we should help him rejoin the Shards in order to make that possible, because as a perfect race we would then be able to define our own destiny and fight against the unsundered Ascians that still existed at that point. But as the leaders of the Grand Company of Eorzea pointed out, and rightfully so, only our imperfections are the things that make our lives worth living, right? And that is a very hard thing to wrap your mind around, and also a thing that is very counterintuitive. But there is a certain... obviously suffering just to suffer is bad, right? If there's never a happy moment, or if your life is just in general has very, very suffocating or bad circumstances, right? And you never really feel happiness, you never get a chance to ever do the things that you love in life, right? Obviously that is bad. But aside from that, it's much better, it's much more worth to live a life that has ups and downs. Because only through having these downs, certain bad parts, can you actually appreciate the good parts of your life, the truly happy moments, right? The truly outstanding experiences. You can only really appreciate those if they're intertwined with bad parts as well. Again, these bad parts, there is a certain threshold, right, that nobody should ever experience. And obviously those are, very, very bad injuries or health issues or war, right? Literally war, death, despair, depression. Those are things that nobody should experience. So there's a certain sort of threshold on the lower end of negative emotions that shouldn't be crossed, and sadly enough is crossed all too often, right, on our earth, and for a lot of people. And for very long times as well, right? There are certain people who never really make it out of that threshold at all. But, you know, the life you should strive for is not to be the same level of happiness all the time. But instead it should be to obviously be above that threshold, but otherwise sort of have like a, I guess, a sinus curve, right? Up and down and up and down and up and down. Because then the ups will feel incredible. And, you know, obviously that's also going to be different for every person, right? Some people just need more ups than downs. Some people might not mind having a few more downs than ups, right? And depending on how your life started, you also might be content with having a few more downs than ups, as long as you, again, don't fall below that certain threshold of things that shouldn't be experienced. It's just very interesting to think about, right? It's a very different approach to life, I guess. Which also, looking back at what Urianger said on the moon to the Lockerites when we shortly before returned to Atheris, he said that, you know, life is sort of this anticipation of finishing a half-read book, right? It's this, what makes it worth living are these ups and downs, anticipation, right? Looking forward to something and discovering new things. It's not striving for something perfect and then just staying at that level because there is nothing else to strive for. You know, in a way, it has to be a struggle, because otherwise it will never feel truly satisfying or fulfilling. And if you sort of come to terms with that, if you recognize that, that will also make it far easier to live through moments of struggle. Because you know that it will make your next good moment all the more worthwhile. It will make it feel way more exceptional than it might otherwise be. Wow. I mean, it is a very philosophical discussion all around, right? I mean, the thing is, you can't quantify that, right? You can't quantify it, you can't measure it. It's going to be very, very different from person to person, from sort of experience to experience, circumstance to circumstance. And that's what makes it so hard to also teach to new generations, right? It's nothing that can really be, you can just sort of try to guide kids and, you know, younger children, teenagers. You can also only try to sort of guide them, right? Set certain guidelines, certain ideas that they can live for or live with, and hope that they will find their own way, their own meaning. And obviously that's one of the hardest parts about all of this, right? Is that, well, if you don't really find your purpose, for some people, again, that also might not matter, right? They just live from day to day and it's completely fine. But other people might really, really struggle with that. And even if they don't, you know, if they're not unhappy, they might still struggle and, you know, don't really experience any happy moments at all because they just don't know where to look for them. And again, you know, coming back to it, it's this unquantifiable thing behind all of this. The fact that there isn't any kind of manual that you just can, where you can just look up, oh, this is how you live, right? This is how you do this. This is how you look for those happy moments. You just can't do that. It's very, very individual. Different for everybody. You can just hope to give some guidance to somebody, and maybe through that they will find those happy moments as well. But maybe they don't. And overall, through that, yeah, we as a civilization will survive. And, you know, just one last thing that I wanted to touch upon with this is, and there already also have been some discussions about that as well, in our universe, sort of this conundrum or paradox that I think it also has a certain name after the scientist who sort of first postulated theories about that. Can't remember the name, unfortunately. But it's that idea that there are so many stars in the universe, right? I mean, just in our galaxy alone, and there are like millions of galaxies, and then every one of those galaxies has billions, literally billions of stars. And all of these stars have a couple of planets to them as well. So think about, even if every planet only had like a, 1 to 100 million chance of having life on them, which is a ridiculously low chance if you think about it, right? There would still be millions of planets out there with life on them, right? So even if you further reduce that chance, there would still be, thousands, maybe 10,000s of planets with life on them, much like our own. And obviously, there would also be a chance for intelligent life forms as well. But then, why did we never find, or haven't we found, any kind of sign or anything really that would hint towards other intelligent life forms existing? That's sort of like a paradox, right? We know that there are so many possibilities for it, yet we've never found them. And one theory that is out there is very, very similar to what is currently happening in 14, which is that eventually all intelligent life will sort of eradicate itself. And that's certainly a very bleak outlook, but one that might be true. But of course, even then, and I think this is probably what Final Fantasy XIV in this case tries to tell us, even then, why, just because potentially millions of civilizations have perished in the universe, right? Why would we stop living, right? Why would we give up on our lives just because millions of other civilizations have not worked out? Because if there's anything that nature tells us, right, it's that there is always this chance. How small it might be doesn't matter. There's always this chance that one thing or another might actually survive. So even if we knew, even if we found out that there are thousands, millions of other civilizations who literally died, just like Meteon found out that all of the other civilizations in the universe died, to her knowledge at least. Even if we knew that, would that change anything for us? Why should we care, right? Guess, that's certainly something to think about. Why should we care? Why should we, ever take that as oh, well, now we should die as well because it's not worth living. No, it is. It obviously is. And there is always a chance to take Heidelin's words, to surmount the insurmountable, right? To be this one civilization that actually continues living all the way to the end of the universe. Right? Why shouldn't we be that civilization?
For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot.
Yeah, it's pretty much what I was just talking about.
Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled.
Exactly. That is so true. And yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people should just, that is precisely sort of, you know, the way you should live, right? Take a look at your life and just look at maybe certain areas where you can do a bit less, right? It doesn't need to be much. Just think about it. Maybe think about, well, you know, if I work, let's say 2 hours less per week, maybe you earn a bit less money, but maybe you can spend those 2 hours in something incredible, you know, reading incredible books, or literally just sleep, right? Maybe those 2 hours of sleep will feel incredible, either when you wake up or just because you can, right? It doesn't really matter what you do, but again, just as a general principle, maybe it doesn't need to be that you work less. Maybe it could be that you, I don't know, maybe during holidays you don't always need to fly far away, right? Just look at your surroundings and maybe just, I don't know, take your bicycle, drive for like a couple kilometers and just check into a hotel there, and maybe it will be the best vacation you've ever had, right? Guess. And again, that's not to say that you should always do that, or that you should take sort of your aspirations and turn them down. That's not at all what I'm saying. It's just this idea that sometimes just think about doing a little less. And be happier for it, right? Not everything always needs to be better, or faster, or just bigger in number.
What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins.
I did not expect that they were going to bring this around like this. Absolutely agree with you. Pardon my yoisin, but what on the 7 hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? You're asking that now?
Cookingway, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of their species as possible, if you're up to the challenge.
Yes, of course. I look forward to it.
Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Orionji and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we?
Not only has this been productive, but it has been... I don't know, it just sort of makes you happy to think about that as well. Because it also, in a way, at least for me, you know, this thought, this realization, and that was something that I, you know, especially when I was younger, you know, a kid, teenager, whatever, you don't really think about this at all, right? And it doesn't really matter, right? I'm not saying that you should think about it. I'm just saying that you don't even realize that there is this issue there. And obviously that's also a sign of a pretty good childhood, probably, right? If you don't have to think about that, if you only realize that later, that probably means that you've, well, had a pretty fulfilling childhood, I would say. And, well, it's perfectly fine to just, you know, realize it later and then just think about it, right? That's all that really matters. You don't have to come up with philosophical concepts or plans for your life. That's exactly what you don't need, actually. At least in my opinion. I mean, some people might. Again, right? Very individual, of course. Not to wrap it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Orionji was able to obtain all manner of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible, though there's no telling how long it will be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000, give or take. Wow. I guess it makes sense. Well, it would depend. Our next solar system that we know of is Alpha Centauri, right? Wait, is it? Yeah, it is. And that's, I think, 4 light years away. So with any kind of propulsion system that we know, that would also be capable of transporting humans. Wait a second, how far is that? I think I've read that somewhere before, but 4 light years? I think that would also take probably a couple thousand years for us to traverse. With the sort of... I mean, think about it. The satellite... Was it Voyager? I think that's it, right? The one satellite that we sent out in, like, I think it was the 70s, that has now crossed over to interplanetary or what is it called again? Well, it's out of our solar system, right? And that took like 30 years to even get out of our solar system, never mind travel to the next one, right? So by that account, yeah, I think it would take, you know, a couple of thousand years for us with that sort of same or maybe a bit faster propulsion to actually reach just the next solar system, right? Not even, I don't know, the center of our galaxy or something. That's obviously much further away. So thinking about this, I don't know if we had identified a possible candidate, let's say 8 solar systems over, at least with our knowledge here on Earth, that would take probably, I don't know, 30,000 years to get there. Then again, this ether propulsion system might be a lot better than what we know. Although, it is based on... Well, the moon's propulsion systems might be quicker. I don't know.
Where have you and Cooking Way been? If the two of you were engaged in pursuits of an educational nature, you should have taken me too. I am the leader, after all. And also, I think, in a way, you could probably, using sort of, are they called swing buys? In order to increase your speed by using gravity slingshots. I think you can get pretty fast, but the problem is also you need to stop, right? If you reach the other solar system, you need to also be captured by its gravity. If you're too fast, either you need very, very strong propulsion systems that can actually slow you down, even if you are, traveling a fraction of the speed of light or something. But then, again, you also need to slow down and be captured by that other system's gravity in order to even stay there and not just fly away again or fly back.
Oh, there you are. Oh, have the others finished talking about rainmaking what's-its yet?
By Cooking Way's broad grin, I assume your excursion was a roaring success. It was indeed.
That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine?
The Far East has oodles of noodles. I mean, I'm still a Mensa with the Culinarians Guild, but I'm a big fan of noodles. So let's go with that.
Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way.
I'm also still very interested to see why Heidelin was so adamant about us fleeing. But then again, maybe that's just the way she designed the Loporrits, right? Because it would make sense to tell them, well, we need to flee at all costs, but because that would then help them or convince them that they need to do everything in their power to build a spaceship, right? Otherwise, they might have come to the conclusion, oh wait, we better use those resources to help Aetheris, and ultimately we wouldn't have a means to escape if it came to that. So I guess it's sort of just, a way to make sure that we actually have a vessel capable of faring us away. I trust thy time at Merial Agronomics did bear fruit. What's wrong with you? Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlian Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loporrit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Huh. Did he want to find out more about what's here? Probably. Let's see. I suspect there's going to be a couple more side quests now. We finished this part. Because again, we're still missing 2 ether currents and we haven't done any... Oh no, we have done some side quests then. Yeah. 5, I think. 5 or 6. And we also, the MSQ hasn't taken us to the beta and gamma quadrant of this place.
So far, though, doesn't look like there's any side quest yet. The Labyrinthos want for activities and stimulation, but I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. I mean, surely they can help with something.
Oh no, there was nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. I simply wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as I possibly can while we're here. What does that look for? What did I say? Why did I not ask Jackie how to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness.
Ooh, yeah, carrot muffins are probably pretty good as well if you, do it the right way. That sound every time. How do they produce that sound? Sounds like they have some sort of pipe in their throat.
That was ever so delightful, and with this much information I can fine-tune the moon's environs for your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for beings so lacking in fur. Yes, that was indeed very verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Atheris at Logisticum Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that?
Pretty much. You should see the forests of the first one. Well, we probably shouldn't strive to make a forest purple, because that would mean that something like the Eternal Light came back, but... Dravania? Probably the Black Shroud. Gridania's still... The Black Shroud, still one of my favorite areas. It's just very calming.
With the star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of.
It is! You built that thing for 12,000 years. Of course it's something to be proud of.
How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little.
Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Banquet. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though, aided by our godly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden.
Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge.
Nevertheless, I believe in thee.
If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try.
I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. 'Tis as good a place as any. Come. The Labyrinthos are pretty hard on themselves, aren't they? You'd best go with them. I don't think Orianji misjudged him, but growing weight does look like he could use some emotional support. I still have work to complete elsewhere. I trust that I won't return to find any Loporits in tears. Yeah, we really don't need that. We already have enough desperation on this planet as is. Troubled researcher. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Sharlayan ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so. If it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on our next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too. Look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. To allay. Allay?
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about.
Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? Oh, Astrologian's gravity, huh? I was wondering how that works. Shouldn't... That would be... That's, you know what? That is something that a couple of the spells in this game are missing. Gravity should actually be a spell that pulls in creatures. And you know how fun that is if you've played Blue Mage. I think it's called Hydropull is the spell that you can use. It's especially useful in Fates, because there are certain Fates where the mobs sort of spawn apart and they never run together because they attack from a distance. Those are really annoying in Fates, but if you have a Blue Mage and you're using Hydropull, you can just pull all of the mobs together. It's very, very efficient. It's much faster to AoE them down that way. So it would be really cool if Astrologian's gravity had the same effect. Would also be, sort of a unique feature of the job, I think. What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ooh, so Astrologian's gravity is how they produce the artificial gravity needed on the ship, I guess.
Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places.
I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporits to attend them?
An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris and learn more about them while we're at it.
Full glad I am to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray, seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable loperate.
Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every loperate and every loperate in their place.
Did I talk to you already?
A little privacy, please?
Okay, sorry. Is there somebody here? I suspect not. But no. Oh, this is... Huh, the way doesn't even continue there. Interesting. Oh. Level-headed engineer. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. Let's try to look here then. Distracted researcher. What are you picking up? 56 bunches of weed. Okay, I don't know the, like the music? 56 bunches of wheat in the ground, 56 bunches of wheat. Rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of wheat in the ground. I knew the melody of that at some point.
I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax.
8? What the hell? Didn't even notice that. 8? Oh, hello. That's a rather unusual quest. You think there's one up here? It's interesting that I mean, maybe the area is only here because it's round? Marshall. You're not part of the quest, though. Just making sure everything is running as it should be. Things could fall apart very quickly if I don't keep a close eye on the equipment. Please continue. Maybe there's somebody that needs help? Yes, indeed. Have I talked to you before? Mammoths, unlike those made of flesh and blood, can actually keep secrets, which is why we employ them here. Ouch. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off to where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. Well, operates are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sots. I mean, you know... humans do tend to need sleep a bit. I can attest to that today. Although the coffee was very, very helpful. Just, let's check over here. I want to make sure nobody's standing behind this thing. Nope. I think I actually talked to you before. I wonder how a rabbit got in here, and why would anyone put a hat on it? It's not really a hat. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are. Okay. Wait, so these are tea leaves? That's actually very clever, right? I definitely talked to you before. Grimacing naturalist. My face! What's wrong with my... Ow! Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was asked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Labyrinthos in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Irascible administrator. You idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Labyrinthos. It would indeed. I hope I haven't missed anybody here. I don't think so. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, never felt so alive. Yeah, I can see that. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Oh boy. They really should look out better for themselves. Otherwise, this is not... it's not helping. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects living out there indefinitely might have on the body. Which actually, I think this is the first time that I see braining in here. Huh. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? I hope I got everybody there. The precipitation systems work. Apparently. It's very easy to miss somebody here, I feel like. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I
apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly. Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Okay, there's somebody there as well. Let's talk to this guy first. Tired Gleaner. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. This cleaner seems fine, if in need of a break. Cool. Let's go this way first. Can also take a look to the right, I think. Were you here before? Ah, there's somebody else. Is the view from here not simply breathtaking? If I did not know it to be a glamour, I would swear that sky was real. Is that how you did that? Well, I guess it makes sense that it would be similar to a glamour prism, huh? Or, I guess, hundreds of them. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery, and whatever it is will have to wait. Seems this cleaner is too busy to chat for his benefit or otherwise. Nobody here, right? No. It is a rather interesting quest. It actually prompts you to talk to most people here, I feel like. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars and gods know what, made by gods know who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. I think they do. Calm researcher. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. This researcher already has the support she needs. Cool. It's nice to see that that also happens here. Okay. What are you doing? Seems to be a very interesting wall. Oh, I talked to him as well. I remember the name Steady Kern. Pretty sure that I talked to these guys as well. There's no end to the work we are required to do for the Exodus, even so we must remember to rest as I am now. These are not the sort of tasks you can perform while half asleep. Absolutely true. I am cogitating great thoughts at the moment. Please do not interrupt me. Sorry. I hope that the last two are in the northeastern part of here. I like the frogs that are running around here. Ponderous mathematician. Isn't that the usual state for a mathematician? Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my bro will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, we're missing one. Ah yes, I remember you. You're with the students of Valdesian, are you not? How can I help you? Oh yeah, sorry, I talked to you. Wait. This is the one with the tea leaves, though. So where is the one that I'm missing? I've been here. That's unfortunate. Of course there's one that I'm missing. I am fairly certain that I've been to all of the places above. So where would they be? Let's just circle the houses for a bit. Yeah. Of course. The first house that I try to circle you actually can't go around. And this is sort of where we started. I already looked here. I don't think that somebody would be behind the wall, even though technically that's part of the quest. Or the quest area, I should say. Then again, haven't I been to all of these places? I'm pretty sure that I ran around this way as well. Maybe... Nah. I don't think there's anybody here. But I guess better to check it. I mean, I've definitely been all the way here as well. Have I missed something up there? Although then again, the lift. Pretty sure that I've been to... Ah, there you are. Hyperventilating engineer, oh boy. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode or launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly... Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Nice. That's all of them. Behold. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Livingway doth gather more lockerites as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Oh. Why do we have to wait? Whoa! That is a lot of people indeed. We probably should have turned the precipitation.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
"'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial.
Well, I'm glad we left Urianger to that specific task.
Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge.
Ooh, they wrote it down as well.
When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
I mean, yeah, in a way it probably would have been very helpful had they, actually visited Charlian. I mean, like, from the start, when they knew about the task at hand.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yeah, yes.
Oh
I
god. I think I know. Well, at least who the woman is. That's what Thancred was talking about.
Lavida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Yes, that's what I feared.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Lavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
No.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Fuck her, Urianger. God's sake.
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise.
Very true.
Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Finally.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
Yeah, she was truly, truly special.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you, too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder, She was important to him, wasn't she?
Yes. Very much so.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing.
You're probably,
And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Wow, when the scene started, I thought that it was a bit odd that it rained, but to where that's kind of fitting, isn't it? Wow. They always hit you with the most unexpected things, don't they? That was definitely the one of the most heartfelt scenes in a very long time, and also just in general, that was wow. But that's the brilliance of their writing, isn't it? They've brought up Moonbreeder a couple of times now. In one side quest, and then, you know, when we arrived in Charlian, the rains have ceased. Well, and in this case, we've been graced with another beautiful night. But yeah, they've brought up Moonbreeder when we arrived in Charlian, and the fact that Urianger hadn't talked to her parents yet, right? And while they established that, it wasn't really brought up again until now. And then suddenly, there it is, and it's this incredibly beautiful moment. It's just... For a second there, I was wondering why Thancred all of a sudden started talking about, you know, all the people that we and Urianger had known that, you know, came from Charlian as well, and yeah. God, the way they always do this, and again, at the most unexpected of places, you know, sending you on this big errand quest, and then ending with this. Wow. God, there's gonna be more moments than this, right, in Endwalker? One second. Let me just... really every time you don't expect these scenes, right? Wow. Okay. Well, that was the classical Rogadin language isn't so different from Eorzin. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for Sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my moon breeder was, she was always kind and gentle. Yeah, I think you made the right choice there. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to help you as comrades. Ryonji is too, I'm sure. I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you?
I spent so long gazing at the star, wondering and hoping, but to be here now, to walk among the people, to be a part of their lives and know that we've made a difference. So much more than I ever dreamed. I assure you that my fellow Lopperites are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here.
And now they're all humming.
Goodness me, I've never felt like there was too little time before. There's so many people to talk to, so many things to learn. I was so busy asking questions about the Theris that I never thought to ask more about Urianger. I'd like to, but where would I begin?
There's... Sure that it doesn't really matter where you begin. Remind me to invite Urianger for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for one. Thancred, best friend. You can raise a glass to Moon Breeder. Indeed you should. Wow. Oh. Be assured that I am fine. I am full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Whew. That was quite the moment for sure. Hither and yams. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Lopperites. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she is less like to scorn.
Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Yeah, I guess that drink unfortunately has to wait. Oh, sorry. Still. Wow. Whew. Alright, it's the same text. I can't believe it! And finally, we've also had a scene where people hug each other. Ah, that's been overdue for so long as well. Alright, back to Paladin I go. Let's do some of these side quests, right? How many are there? 5? Or is it more? The lab in Labyrinthos. Oh, what am I to do? Ah, you're that adventurer who helped out the students of Valdesion, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. I thought only researchers lived here. Ah, yes. Simply put, my wife and I work at Emporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charlian Hamlet. I assure you, we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwelled somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart onto others, so he has spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlian Hamlet. Wow. We recently had a slight spat with him and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be much more willing to listen to, anyone other than his parents at this point. Oh, my nose is still running. Holy shit. Thank you. Verpolane, my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he's struck out any further on his own. That's to the front here. It's at least 6 quests. I'm sorry, I will say. I have to wait a bit longer with these boxes. Gift for a fan. It's you, isn't it? I was about to head to Cockle's Forge to drop something off, but I think you'd be more welcome than I. As it turns out, the recipient is something of an admirer of yours. I'm sure she'd be thrilled to have you make the delivery. Oh, right, I think I talked to her, didn't I? Thank you. Here's the package, all set to be delivered to Wisondidi. Let's mount. I mean, it's gonna take some time anyway. And I'm already pretty familiar with this place, so... Oh my, a conundrum indeed. What am I to do? Is something the matter? Well, aren't you a kind sort to take an interest in a stranger's woes? It's my son, you see. He's a cleaner stationed in the Near East, and he's recently returned to deliver his procurements. I just received word from him a moment ago asking me to meet him in the Archaeon. Apparently he has some sort of gift for me. Is that not thoughtful? In a stroke of ill luck, however, something urgent has come up, which I'm obliged to attend to.
By the time I'm done with my business, I've little doubt my darling boy will already be gone, off on his next assignment to who knows where. So, you see, while I'm in a pickle... What am I reading? So you see why I'm in a pickle, surely. As much as I want to, I can't claim the gift myself, but perhaps you could in my stead, if you've the time on your hands, that is. You do? Why, thank you. I will return as soon as I'm able to. So let us meet here once you have taken receipt of the present. God. I think my eyes are still... a bit... Oh, there's the other Wind Eater current quest as well. So these are the last side quests? Interesting. May I bore you for a moment? I have a problem of a marital nature, shall we say. You see, my husband was looking rather green around the gills when he left for work this morning. As much as I would like to check on him myself, I'm afraid my research is one of such import I can't leave it unattended for any amount of time. Which is why I must ask you to look in on him in my stead. You'd like to find my darling slaving away in Kokol's forge, if he hasn't been carted off to the infirmary yet, that is. He's a rather handsome man whose garish red glasses make him hard to miss. Should you notice that he's under the weather, I ask that you provide him with this filter, which will hopefully revitalize him. I'm sorry to lay such a burden on you, but I've no one else to whom I can entrust this. Please hurry, as I fear he'll keel over before long. Of course, I'll help you. Right, once again, let's turn off the main quest for the time being. Those are up there, right? I'll operate. Haven't we met before? You're one of Urianger's friends, yes? Ah, I thought so. I'm here wandering around Labyrinthos, hoping to find some work to do. It sounds like so much fun, but I don't even know where to start or how to ask for it. Can you help me? Of course. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's find someone with work for me. Ah, I knew it. There is another quest over here, of course. Studium researcher. Oh, okay. Wayward carbuncle. Excuse me, you there. You look capable. Could you find a missing carbuncle for me? Ordinarily, a carbuncle would never be without an arcanist, but this one was found alone, roaming the wilds of Lenosia, and so I had it sent here for research purposes. I swear I took my eye off of it for barely even a moment, and it scampered off somewhere outside the hamlet. Seeing as it's far too dangerous out there for someone of my disposition, I was hoping you could look for it in my stead. You have my things. I don't think it could have made it out of the central circuit, but that still leaves a wide area to search. This guiding crystal should make the job a bit easier. It will react when the carbuncle is near, glowing more brightly the closer you are to your quarry. Once you've secured the entity, please bring it back here to me. I wish you fortune in your hunt. This one? Crystal remains inert. Well, I can just use that while I'm doing the other quests, I guess. Doling out punishment. Where could it have gone? What a bother this is. If only I could find someone who... Oh, fortune is on my side indeed. You seem the dowdy sort. Might you help me locate a missing mammoth? A colleague has reported that one has escaped and gone on a rampage.
It was last sighted wandering southeast of here, where it has slain one of the specimens. We've tried to deactivate the mammoth remotely, but it has outright ignored our commands. Now our only recourse is to stop that willful thing by force. Perhaps you could do the honors? If you're up for it, I'll need you to locate it and put it out of commission. Once that pugnacious puppet has been silenced, place it in its coffer and return it to me. So, will you help? Fantastic. I knew you weren't the type to say no to a man in need. Find the corpse of the fiend at Fort, and you will like to come across that directionless doll. Let's quickly take a look if there's another quest here. I don't think there is, but I think there was nobody here, right? No person. Yeah. Alright. There is a quest over here, though. Yeah, I think these are gonna be the last side quests here. I kind of hope, because I do want to get on with the main quest as well. Take a look, it's in a book. You there, adventurer? You've the carriage of a man upon whose time I might prevail. Those books there, you see them, yes? I would have you bear them to one of the students of Baldacion for me. Leave it to me. Oh, that was a deal easier than expected. I had half thought this would require some explanation, which you shall have regardless. I am a member of a prominent political faction known as the Bibliotheques. I trust you've heard of us. I have indeed. I and my colleagues have sworn to bear silent witness to the affairs of our world, recording all which comes to pass. The students of Baldacion, on the other hand, take a much more active approach in the affairs of our world. Needless to say, things between us are tense. It would spell trouble were I to be found delivering these tomes myself. My colleagues may well bar me from the archives entire, and punishment worse than death. Thus, I seek aid from one who can pass unnoticed. You. Right then, have a care and bring these to my Baldacion co-conspirator. You'll find her in Logisticum Alpha. Oh, and tell her it's a gift from a friendly researcher in Charlian Hamlet, will you? I guess I have to take these, actually. Logisticum Alpha... I think that's over there, right? Well... I didn't take on all the quests, but maybe we can just do some of them that are over here anyway. I will have to run back and forth quite a few times anyway, so it doesn't really matter all that much. That's Logisticum Alpha, so it doesn't really matter whether or not I take the north or the south gate. For being such a wide circle, it is a rather easy place to navigate, all things considered. Just takes a while, but... The forge is over here too, right? I guess I can travel there? Do the other two quests and then... and get on with the rest. My word, look at all of this! Each book more valuable than the last. How in the world did you come by them? Given to you by a researcher in Charlian Hamlet, you say, and meant as a gift for me. My mysterious benefactor is gracious indeed. It's a comfort to know that at least one person out there values our efforts in an ever-changing world. Do give my thanks to this charitable researcher next time you see them. Holy hell. It's already quite the amount of side quests, and I'm still missing, I think, 3 that I didn't take on. And then one of them was also quest line, the one with the boy that I'm supposed to find.
I think this is my fan over here, isn't it? Yeah, it is indeed.
Hello there. Yeah, it's you. The one and only. Am I dreaming? A delivery for me? But why would someone as famous and important as you be delivering my package? Well, now I'm just being rude. I must thank you properly. If only I had known you'd be coming, I could have prepared something for you. Silly me, there's something for you right here. This package contains a bottle of golden syrup. It's yours if you want it.
Sure. Okay.
It's an alchemical medicine to rejuvenate the weary body. You must need something like that after running around and saving the entire world. I won't hear no for an answer, so drink it down. You deserve it far more than I do.
Okay. Wait, do I have to drink it? The medicine is much sweeter than you were expecting. It's delicious.
I'm glad. I hope it nourishes your body along with pleasing your palate. That reminds me, I had your comrade Graha try some as well.
Your comrade?
He seemed to quite enjoy it. Said it was like drinking sweet ambrosia. Couldn't help but wonder what sort of medicine he had been forced to drink before.
Right, yeah. He had to drink the Venerian medicine, wasn't it? That was apparently really, really bitter.
Anyway, I'm afraid that's all I have to offer you, I swear. If swell same doesn't compensate you properly, I just might. Well, never mind that. Please take proper care of yourself out there.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? You know, I wouldn't... I mean, you're cute. Wouldn't say no to a date. No? Oh, sorry. Back to our tasks at hand. What the hell is happening here? Oh dear. Perhaps going to work was not the best decision after all. The man is in very poor health indeed, and likely requires the medicine you were provided. Do I have to talk to him? Oh my, that's much better. Thank you kindly, stranger. The weakness came over me quite suddenly, no doubt caused by a thinning of the blood or some such. The medicine is one of my wife's creations, is it not? I would know her alchemy anywhere. It must mean she enlisted your help to see it brought to me, then, yes. I thought as much. So little gets past my better half, though I did my best to hide my fatigue. I myself am a researcher in Thormazane? Ah, that interests you, does it? Well, then you will get a kick out of this. We're currently developing a new sort of alloy which, at the molecular level, contains psychosensitive materials such as dark matter. Dark matter? Wait, what? The wonders we could work with such marvelous metal. Imagine how much tighter controls could become were we to fit into a cockpit. I'm getting ahead of myself. At any rate, our work is researching its crescendo. I wouldn't dare miss even so much as a day of it. Would you be so kind as to tell my wife that there's no cause for concern? All she need know is that her filter works wonders. You know what? Hearing him talk about dark matter, I just realized something. I think both Venerate and Meteon have sort of, given proof to knowing that the Earth, the actual Earth that we are living in, is also part of this universe, isn't it? I mean, we can be fairly certain of that, all things considered, right? And one thing that sort of didn't click with me before is that if we consider that to be true, then the laws of physics that we know and the laws of physics that govern the game, the game's world, Atheris, are one and the same. That's kind of mind-blowing to me right now, because one thing that I've always talked about with this game, why I always was so interested, and why it was always like all the things when they were talking about research and about, you know, theories and ethereal series and the way that, you know, ether apparently flows through everything and, you know, influences everything. And I was always drawing parallels to our world and to real life physics. And, you know, it seems so obvious in retrospect, but the reason why we can do that is because they're literally the same thing. Our world and this world are governed by the exact same physical principles. It's just that in this world, obviously, they're either called something different, or they have sort of different, not different ideas, but they obviously know things that we don't. Although, vice versa, I also think that we might in fact know some things that they don't. Which is... what the fuck? Right? I mean, how were they able... It all makes sense. It literally all makes sense. It checks out. There's, at least to my knowledge, nothing really contradicts each other. And even if it does slightly, then that obviously can be attributed to, well, both our knowledge of physics and their knowledge of physics being incomplete. Right? Wow. That is... How the hell did I not realize that before? But it, you know, it's obvious in retrospect. Well, of course, right? If the narrator had already talked about at least indirectly talked about the fact that the Earth is also part of the universe. Well, I guess, you know, one thing or one reason why I sort of discarded that idea was because there's also the rift. We still don't really know the nature of that, right? And considering that we've time traveled, that also seems quite different to what we know. But then again, it doesn't contradict our physics either. I mean, in theory, you can time travel, right? Wow. It's just... And again, I've always said that. I'm just so mind-blown by the fact that it works out so well. You can just sort of, even if it's, you know, I guess more of a fan theory more than anything else, although, you know, a very valid one, I would say. It's still, it just checks out, right? Yeah, that's... I mean, it is sort of self-explanatory how big that revelation is, right? Not that it really matters, but yeah. I mean, that's also a thing, and something that they establish really quite well. So I think that it actually goes back to a lot of research projects that have really been done in our world. So we are obviously looking for a means to travel faster than the speed of light, right? And you know, that doesn't really exist in a way. What they've done here with 14 is that well, they've established it now for us, right? Our vessel that we mean to escape with, which is the moon, is indeed not all that fast, right? So you can pretty much guess that we're definitely not going to be able to go faster than the speed of light with it. Meaning that it will literally take thousands of years to probably find another potential planet to live on. And that conveniently also explains why, you know, I guess the Earth would be a place that is way too far away to ever be reachable. Even with, you know, Heidelberg's spaceship. Which is very cool because it sort of retains that sense of it being, you know, still sort of a different world, really an alien world to us, but in a way still feeling a connection to it. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but that's a very neat thing how they've done that. And also again that they, without explicitly saying so, definitely established again that the sort of the speed at which things work and our limit that we currently know, which is the speed of light in terms of, you know, matter transportation and information transportation, that rule isn't broken either. It's only broken by Dynamis, right? Which is why they've pointed that out specifically. Dynamis apparently is something that can travel faster than the speed of light. Now, there is, in a way, there are theories in our real world as well about things that might be able to travel faster than the speed of light. You know, quantum theory and quantum entanglement being a thing where, you know, maybe theoretically it could be possible to either travel faster than the speed of light by creating like a quantum tunnel ourselves, or via quantum entanglement, right? But then again, you know, currently we're not quite sure if there is some kind of information paradox that, you know, would come into play there if we can actually send information faster than the speed of light, or because in a way that would break our fundamental knowledge of physics, right? But, you know, in theory, you could look at dynamos as being some kind of quantum force that uses, I mean, literally, right? The sort of currents that they described, not only the ether currents, but the currents that Dynamos uses and has and exists within in the universe. I mean, literally Fandaniel, or rather not Fandaniel, but Hermes, when he was talking about the creation of Meteon and her sisters, he said that they were using these sort of Dynamos currents throughout the universe, right? And I guess if, again, we were to draw a parallel to real-life physics, that could very well be a quantum tunneling phenomenon. Or a wormhole, for that matter. Right? So yeah. I mean, obviously it's, you know, speculative real-world physics that they're using here, but very much something that we just might not have discovered yet. I mean, it's always a possibility, right?
You've returned, and without the books with which you departed. I assume that to mean they were delivered to the right hands. Thank you. As I mentioned before, we bibliotheques keep to the wings of history's stage and take a fierce stance against any sort of involvement. We've a sworn duty to observe all which transpires, even as the world unravels before our very eyes. So dedicated are we to our goal, there's no realm in which we are not present. I too was once stationed abroad, in the Far East actually. It is where I caught wind of the students of Baldesion, learned how they had become a symbol of hope for those fearing the final days. Sylvester tells us that knowledge is a gift, one that cannot be bestowed upon just anyone. It is only the worthy who ought wield the strength it provides. And I believe the students of Baldesion worthy. If there's any justice left in this world, then that which our pens and papers have locked away is theirs by rights. Thank you for helping me put the fruits of our labor to good use. Wow. That is a very cool sort of stance to take. Alright, what is this quest? Oh, right, the Labyrinth. Is there something I can help you and your friend with? I'd heard Labyrinths were interested in learning about our culture, and you're saying this one is looking for a job. Yes, I would like to work at a job. Do you know of one I could do? Well, most people here work at Aporia or Thormazane, but we would need to submit documents to request the proper level of clearance and... Oh, I have an idea. As you've seen, the man-made habitats hereabouts are populated by a variety of experimental subjects. Some of the bolder beasts, however, have been known to cause unfortunate incidents in and around the elemental reactors. In order to encourage these creatures to keep their distance, we've put together some bags of noxious-smelling repellent. I'd appreciate it if you could place a few of them by the reactors themselves. For now, I need you to ward 2 such facilities. The one to the south and the one to the west of Logisticon Beta. Here, there's an armful for each of you, so you can split the work. Oh, I'm sorry for making you work, too, but that means we can share the payment as well. Right, I'll go to the south reactor and you take the one in the west. Work, work, work. Okay. Oh, there's a boy. What? Who are you? Of course. He's running off again. Where's that quest? Are these the last 2? I thought there was 3 left, but maybe I miscounted. A moment, if I may. Have you heard of the winged familiars known as the Scatini? Scatini? They've a marked talent for being in the dark, which has established them as the chosen watchbirds for some of the world's most important facilities. As it so happens, we in Labyrinthos avail ourselves of their astonishing eyesight too. Day and night, our Scatines keep close watch for any blackguards or nasty goings-on. However, such keenness of eyesight requires, for lack of a better term, upkeep, which comes in the form of special eye drops. After all, what creature can sit unblinking and wide-eyed for days on end without help? So, might I ask you to dole out said medication? How good of you to be so obliging. The Scatines are perceptive creatures in both sight and mind, and will take to you instantly once they know you've experience in caring for even one of their kind. That is why I recommend all those who deal with things of a confidential nature to try their hand at treating the beady eyes of our vigilant familiars at least once. Near the northmost entrance you'll find the Scatine's caretaker. She'll be only too glad to introduce you to our faithful watch owls. By the way, I just remembered I completely forgot to use my crystal to find the carbuncle. Well, maybe I'm lucky and it's the other direction anyways. Oh, that's up there? Wait, have I been there?
I was up here, wasn't I? Or maybe I went down before reaching this quest then. Gleaner's Wish. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a cleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have ventured? Another world. Is that meant to be in jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Aye, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Girabanya. If you would do me the honor, the reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. Okay. Oh, there he is. What are you looking at? Maybe he wants to see the real sun, I suspect. Or the real sky in general. I'm not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. Wait. Why don't you try telling me first? Fine. I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up. All because of my age. Got into a big fight with Father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? I mean, hopefully there's a plan for that. That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although, I'm scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you could come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. 7 hells, you don't have to pay me. I don't need you to pay me. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. Oh, I'm sorry. I would have said the same thing to an adult. I mean, this is a proper deal, alright? You've got to take my money to make it binding. Why? I'm sorry. Then it's settled. That's a necklace. Yeah, I have a feeling most of these quests will give us the rest, right? Here comes the sun. I'm ready to go if you are. Oh, I suppose I should tell you a bit about the artificial sun first. It's got an engine called a reactor that burns with fire ether. My theory is that the reactor has too much ether now, and that's what changed its color. Ergo, we should go to Phoibos. I know someone who works there helping to control the artificial sun. I bet he'll let us have a look around. It's in the medial circuit, so we should head for Logisticon Alpha first. Follow me so you don't get lost. I think I'll do the other quests down here first. And finish these ones, obviously. Were you able to retrieve our little runaway and shove him into that container? I'm ready to take it off your hands whenever you're willing to part with it, though I'm not sure why you would want to hang on to it for longer than necessary. goodness, you've done it. I can't thank you enough, truly. I'm not sure what I would have done had you not come along. This mammoth's unfortunate escape is the work of the Lockpirates, you know. They meant no harm, I'm sure, but they insisted on tinkering with the things in it. Wanted to make some improvements, apparently. And as you can see, their earnest meddling has cost us a deal of grief. To be fair, they did look rather contrite when I told them what had transpired. I can't stay angry at them, though. They had only the best intentions. In fact, they need some cheering up after the tongue-lashing I gave them. Yes, they deserve the thickest, crunchiest carrots I can find. And on that note, farewell, adventurer, and thank you. Alright, 3 ones missing. 3 ones? 3 missing. Alright. You spoke with my husband then, did you? How was he? Was he unwell as I had feared? He was in terrible health, as you suspected. I just knew it. What was that man thinking? To fight through such illness, also he can... What? Go to work? Honestly. It's all well and good to wholly commit oneself to one's profession, but to do so at the expense of one's health, that's beyond the pale. You'll be getting an earful from me, that much I can assure you. I shudder to think what would have become of my husband had you not stepped in when you did. Though it's a trifle compared to what you deserve, I offer you this, to thank you for your help. Yeah, ouch. Shit. I injured my finger recently and there was, you know, congealed blood on it. Like on the wound. Of course now I had to, like... Yeah, whatever. We'll be fine. Right, that was to the front. Ooh. Oh, I think they just ran to the wrong place. I thought they were trying to not get locked out. Although I do think they probably changed that, right? If you're running into a wall, you wouldn't get locked out, would you? Wait. Would you? I'm not quite sure. Did they change that? If I would literally sort of put something on my controller so that I will be constantly running instead of auto-running? I don't know if that will work. Not that it matters, but would just be neat to know, I guess. Well, finish then. She works herself too hard. That was on Didi. The medicine I send should be good for her. Though I must say, you're looking rather more chipper than when you left. What? She gave the syrup up. She gave the syrup to you? Well, if that cheats her up, I suppose that's as good as any medicine. In that case, here's a little something as thanks for your help. Was that quest here, or is it... Sometimes hard to see where the middle layer is. So I'm not 100% certain if this quest is here, or if it's up on the middle layer. Then again, if the guy with the carbuncle is standing here, then maybe the carbuncle ran off in this direction as well. Ooh. It's one of these watcher things. And that's why they have those red eyes. You're the one who's come about the eye drops then? Heard all about today's little exercise from Anaija.
called me via Lungpole, you see. I told this old bird what's about to transpire, but she still seems to beat on her guard. Might be best to calm her down yourself. If you pet her gently, that ought to unruffle her feathers, figuratively and literally.
Sure.
Pet, pet.
Dot, dot, dot.
The vigilant Skatine continues her unwavering stare, but there is now a great deal less anxiety in her eyes than before. Think old friend here has realized you're no threat at all. Go in then. She is ready for the eye drops whenever you are. The Skatine watches you closely. Now is your chance to administer the eye drops.
What?
Why, she looks about ready to snuggle up to you, I'd say. Skatines have a mind like a steel trap and don't forget to face easily, so it's no problem if you were to walk past in complete different clothes. Take more than the costume change to fool them, after all. If you don't mind me asking, you're friends with a dragoon, right? Surely looking elegant fellow, as I remember. I'm afraid the Skatines didn't take kindly to him. Damn near pecked his eyes out. This poor bird almost got a lance in her gullet for it. Lucky our companion stopped himself when he did, but that doesn't mean the Skatine is going to let bygones be bygones anytime soon, let me tell you. Bit of advice, he ought to watch himself if he's walking through these parts. In any case, your work is done here. The Skatines had her treatment, so go on, tell Anija as much. Good luck out there. Oh, and should you happen to see another Skatine with you about, give him a wave, alright?
Sure.
Let's turn on the quest first.
And then I'll go into the other direction and see if the carbuncle is there somewhere.
You've returned. Very good. Judging by the lack of scratch marks, you were successful in completing your task. No doubt the Skatines now know to treat you as a friend rather than foe. The Skatines do not stay long in any given location, but rather fly through Labyrinthos, moving from perch to perch. Should you happen to see one, count yourself fortunate. They can be a rare sight. Though you may think them difficult to spot, trust that they are among us. They are watching always, ensuring that the knowledge we've acquired is kept from failing into the hands of those who would use it for nefarious ends.
Okay.
Let's go this way and see if the carbuncle is there as well.
Nope. Not here, at least. I wonder how hard that would be to find, actually. Yeah, once again, I said that with the other quest in was it in Elpis? No, right, it was the quest in, oh, sorry, Odyssey. It was the quest in Charlian, in the city proper. Where I sort of solved the riddles and still wasn't really able to turn in the quest. Because it was just, like, sort of... I didn't really know how to translate my the things that I solved about the riddles into what they wanted from me for the quest objective. So it was a bit of a, sort of turned a quest that was really cool in its design into something that was more annoying than it should have been, right? Which was definitely a bit unfortunate. I mean, again, I said as much... oh, whoops. That's the wrong item. I said as much when I was, doing the quest that it's always a very fine line to walk, right? You don't want those quests to be too easy so that they feel like, they're not really interesting at all. But you also don't want the hints to be so hard that you're literally just, taking a shot at the dark without ever knowing whether or not it will be successful or not. And unfortunately, I felt like at least the way you were meant to solve those riddles, in terms of like gameplay element, not the knowledge behind it, was a bit, wasn't designed as well as it could have been. But then again, that's why these quests are so rare in general, is because they're very, very hard to translate, I'd imagine. Well, I have a feeling that the carbuncle in fact ran off into the other direction, unfortunately. Yeah, so I'm only missing one ether current from the quest that I still need to do. Do I want to go up first? I think all of the other quests are down here, right? Wait. Shoot. This is not actually the place where you can go up, is it? That's the place where you go up. Yeah, whatever. I need to go that way anyway. Thank you both for your cooperation. I'll hand the payment to our lunar friend here so that she might have the full job experience. Oh, and I'll throw in some apples from Merial Agronomics too. Enjoy! Oh, a new food to try. Let's head back up the stairs and eat them together. Right, he was waiting on top of those stairs, I think. Time to munch on these apples. They look delicious, don't they? Are they as big as the ones that we found in the gardening place? Oh my! They don't just look delicious, they are delicious. They might be even better than carrots. I thought this place would be just like Mare Lamentorum since it's all artificial, but I'm glad I was wrong. I was wrong about a lot, even after everything Urianger told me to expect, and to learn so much at my job. I think I want to try another one. Oh, before I forget, here's your share of our payment. Thank you for all your help. And that's the earring. Bam. Ooh. See, they still count as AFK. I think they're trying to prevent being locked out, but I don't think it's working. I wonder what they're doing, though. You know what they might have done? Maybe what they did is that actually just moving your character doesn't count towards not being AFK anymore. I suspect, right? So you probably have to press buttons, like open up your inventory or something. Would be interested to see if they do get locked out or not. But again, since they have the AFK symbol, they probably will get locked out. Not that it's a big deal, I mean it's Monday, 12 o'clock. 11 server time, so it's even earlier. I don't think that the queue is very long at all. Where the hell is that carbuncle? Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for the gleaner. Most folk need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, it has become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. And today, the traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be, if you will. Oh, okay. Interesting, but it does make sense, right? It would, like, change the ether. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasha, a concept taught in Ratzatan, and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method is praying to a crystal is a manifestation of the power. But I think it certainly is. Well, that should about do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. Okay. Where the hell is that carbuncle? What? How far are you supposed to go for that? Wait, did he give us a hint towards where it might be? I don't think he did. Did he? Weird. Wanted to talk to you. They don't usually let me into the media circuit, but having you here changes everything. Yes. Hello again, Orpalane. You and your friend are free to go through. Okay. You have my thanks. It's so tiresome having your freedoms limited because of your age. Anyway, let's make our way to Phoebos. Yeah, that must be incredibly frustrating indeed. I wonder where that freaking carbuncle is. Weird. Guess it has to be, I don't know, in the other way, like around the circle, somewhere further away. I don't know. Maybe I'll continue the main quest while I look for it. I have a feeling it might, you know, lead to its location. Where's that quest? Oh, right. I think they said they wanted me to go to the Archaon, didn't they? Oh, heaven's sake. Seriously? You have to go even higher for this quest? Wow. Once again, there's one quest that literally forces you to travel through the entire zone to be finished. Ah, whatever. Doesn't take too much time with the, lift operators. Hold a moment, I know you. Yes, the famous adventurer, are you not? To what do I owe the honor? Oh, my mother is busy, you say. That is most disheartening to hear. I wanted to tell her in person that she is now a grandmother newly made. My wife is born as a healthy baby. Oh, that's kind of sad that she isn't able to hear those news herself. I'd written to share the news that we were expecting, but not that she had given birth. I'd hoped to see the look on my mother's face when I told her of the happy event. It's quite alright. No, honestly it is. She works tirelessly for the good of all. I can hardly blame her for being unable to come running at a moment's notice. It makes me proud, in fact, to think she is so important she cannot even spare a moment to see me. Hopefully she can spare a moment for this, though. We'll give this portrait to her. It's of me, my wife, and our newborn. Her grandchild. Aw, that's sweet. Now then, I must be off. There's work to be done, and I am sure my mother would be proud to know her son is following in her hard-working footsteps. Let's turn the main quest back on, since we're only having to do 5 quests at the moment. I do feel that I didn't sleep all that much, but no, whatever. It'll be fine. Now it's raining quite a lot all of a sudden. Huh. Weird. Oh, right. It's this way. I wonder what's going on with the artificial sun. He said I can go and have a look. Wait here. I'll let you know if I find anything. What are they doing? Well, he showed me the control panel, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong. The Arachthos records didn't contain anything anything worth noting either. That's what you were worried about, eh? Did you realize this place has been around as long as Labyrinthos, and we've never had a single problem? Nor have we been able to confirm this change in the light's hue you speak of. Are you certain you didn't just stare at the sun too long? We advise against that for a reason, you know. Oh, that was... Was it the door that made that sound? I suspect that it was. They can talk down to me all they want, but I know what I saw. If there's nothing wrong here, then it simply means the root of the problem lies elsewhere. Let's go. Fiery thirst. Thank you for sticking around. It's nice to be believed for once. Now that it's clear the problem doesn't lie here, we should move on.
Let's take a look at the supply route the fire-aspected ether travels along from the elemental reactor to the artificial sun. I learned a while ago that the sun automatically goes into overdrive to maintain its brightness if it gets less fire ether than it needs. If that is what's happening, then there must be a problem with the reactor's ether supply. To know for sure, we'll need to check the flow of the ether to see if there are any spots where it's abnormally weak. To do that, though, we need an etherometer. Maybe we can borrow one from Mariel Agronomics, then we won't have to go out of our way. That is, in fact, a very good idea. See? I fed them a lie about helping with some research, and they lent me an etherometer. Come on, let's see if we can pick up any abnormal readings. Just as I thought, the concentration of fire ether is too low. It seems to be because that an area south of here. That must be where the problem lies. You're wise beyond your years. Well, when you've got a father who's an expert in etherology and a mother who's a mathematician, you'll learn a thing or two. Yeah, alright. That will certainly do that, yeah. What's more, I was born and raised here. It'd be embarrassing if I didn't know it better than everyone else. Now, let's get to the bottom of this. Do we have to go back to the lower level now? I suspect though, right? Although maybe not. The quest marker shows the quest being higher. Probably here somewhere then? Or maybe, wait. I've identified the problem. There's an anomaly here. They're normally only found near the elemental reactor. Can't say for sure if it came here on purpose or simply got lost, but either way, it's clearly been feeding on fire-aspected ether. Most of the ether travels deep underground on its way from the reactor, but the supply route is close to the surface here. I imagine the Anala must be pretty powerful at this point. It's been here absorbing all of that ether. No doubt its core is full of it.
You know what is a bit strange though? Wouldn't you be able to, like, why wouldn't you have an etherometer to survey the reactor? That should be something that should come up, right? Especially if they're looking into the issue. If I can just get my hands on a core, I could use it to convince the adults that I was right all along. Do you think you can slay it for me? Sure. A burning wing of fire. Da, 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 da. Oh, whoopsie. Didn't need to do that. Nicely done. Can you show me the core? So this is what an abundance of ether can do to the cores. It's massive. Father and the others will have no choice but to believe me when they see this. Guess this quest takes us back down? Or maybe not. Come on, let's waste no time in showing this to Father. It's time he acknowledged that I'm right. So this is where you've been hiding.
So, Father, fancy seeing you here. I was just about to come home and tell you that I found the problem with the sun.
Are you still hopping on about that? You could have got yourself hurt pursuing this nonsense. And you, I told you to bring my son back to me, and instead you go off gallivanting with him. You got proof that all is not well. Fine, I shall hear what you have to say. Oh my, I've never seen a core like this in my life. I see no reason to doubt your suggestion that it was feeding on the fire-aspected ether.
So you finally admit that I was right about the sun?
Well, yes. However, that matters not that I know how serious the situation is.
What do you mean? He's already slain the Inala. Sure, everything will go back to normal now.
I'm afraid not. If the artificial sun was under such strain for a prolonged period of time, it could be on the verge of combusting by now. Wait! We'll need to cool it post-haste. Alas, this requires multiple soma cores. The constructs can be found by Kokol's Forge. Please, we've no time to waste. You must retrieve 2 cores for me. We'll begin the process at Phoibos. Find us there when you have the cores in hand. So I have to go back down to the forge, then come back up to... Oh, seriously? Maybe in this case I do wait until I unlock flying. But then again, the problem is that I'm sort of scarred by when we first visited Labyrinthos and it just immediately took us out of the zone. Yeah, whatever. At least that way I can check whether or not the carbuncle is maybe close to the forge. Lift operator. Let me get back down. Okay, Kokol's Forge is, I think, 2 places over? I think I already checked the first quadrant. Well, it's not a quadrant, is it? Oh, for a second there, I thought that Cruise Chaser was actually a mob here. Carbuncle must be elsewhere. I mean, the forge is right here, though, right? Let's check one more time the forge. If it's not here, I'll just keep that quest in my inventory until I've unlocked flying. Yeah. Absolutely no idea where that's supposed to be. Oh, wait. I have to go further. Still nothing. One last time. Yeah. I'll wait with that quest until I got flying then. What am I looking for here? Oh right, the cores of them. I just wait. Is the forge in the ice aspected area then? Oh, for these things it's actually really cool that Retroscat now lasts way longer, right? Oh, no, for a second there I thought I missed the dodge, but I didn't. Okay. Why are there ice creatures here? Oh, there's the ice ether generator. Or dispenser? I guess dispenser would be more accurate, huh? I mean, well, technically I'm passing by the lift anyways. So let's maybe finish that quest while we're at it. I'll just keep the carbuncle quest and do that once I've unlocked flying. I think they'll be a lot faster. It's not really an important quest either, so... Let's go back and travel to... to where they want to wait. At least the lift's sort of on the way in this case. Bum 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 bum. They're back where we just were with the boy, right? At the tower? That sightseeing log's still teasing me. I'll probably forget about it right away when I unlock flying. But it doesn't matter, I mean... I'm gonna do the sightseeing log, obviously at a later time, sometime. Not a big deal. I've got all expansion to do them. Did you manage to procure the cores? I did indeed. Splendid. Then let's save our son. Alright, I think we can finally relax. The artificial sun is stable once more. Clearly, we were all so enveloped in our own research that we neglected to keep an eye on the systems that allow us to live down here in the first place. I shudder to think what could have befallen us had you and my son not taken action. You have my thanks for saving us from disaster. And I owe you something else, my son. An apology. I was a fool to ignore your warnings simply because of your age. It's fine, Father. Really. In that case, might you be interested in helping find potential improvements for the systems that govern our son? Of course. I can think of several already. He's a very bright boy indeed, apparently.
want to thank you properly for being so helpful. Could you come and visit me again in Charlie and Hamlet?
And back the same way we go. Alright, it's this way. Or not. The side quests do always take a bit more time than you expect them to, right? I mean, again, not that it's that big of a deal, it's just sort of interesting to me. While you're doing them, it is this, what's the word, ambivalent feeling? On the one hand, you're kind of subconsciously aware that it takes a long time, but then on the other, you don't really notice the actual time going by, so it's rather interesting to sort of look at the clock and see, oh, yeah, it's been, I don't know, 90 minutes or even 2 hours or something doing these quests, right? And it doesn't really feel like it for some reason, although somehow you're still aware that, yeah, it did take quite some time to do. It's a rather peculiar thing. Okay. Let's finish these 3 quests and leave the Carbuncle quest open, and I'm sure we'll reach the Ether Current quest and the main quest shortly, right? I mean, can't be too much further away, I think. I'm also kind of mind blown that the side quests, I mean, considering that there's probably at least half a level that I'm over leveled on my main character, or my main job rather. Considering that I'm almost level 84 on Paladin, had I done the other quests on my Paladin as well, I'd be 84 at least already. It's quite interesting. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? Indeed I do. You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for Girabanya. I hope your travels are successful as well as mine. Yay! Bam! Only one missing. I wonder, whatever that last area will be, if it will have side quests and, like, wind ether currents and that as well. Again, usually they do. The only area I think that they've ever done that didn't have usual wind ether currents was Azizla. Although in terms of side quests, again, Amarot, even though, you know, it was only half a zone, didn't really have any normal side quests either. Thank you again. Here's your reward. It's my pocket money, with an additional something from my parents. I was so happy that you listened to me and decided to trust my knowledge. I hope our paths cross again when I have become a researcher in my own right.
We're sure to make you proud. Salted Tefnarian cod. A whole shell's cod broiled and sprinkled with salt to bring out its fishy flavor. Plus, coconut cod chowder, Near Eastern soup, bringing with shallows cod simmering in silky coconut milk. Giant popoto pancakes. Giant popotos are mashed, mixed with eggs, then cooked to create these light and fluffy treats. Tenacity, determination, crit. Get this one. Another quest? I did not expect that. Thick as Thieves. Oh, that's a combination quest again. Very cool. Hello again. Thanks once more for your help in sorting out the sun. I've actually got something else to ask if you're willing to hear me out. Concerns a new friend of mine, a young troll that I found wandering around these parts recently. Obviously he's not capable of speech, but he can clearly understand me when I talk to him. You do believe me, right? Oh, that's Shaggles. What a peculiar name. Well, that makes explaining the situation much easier. I last saw him by Logisticon Alpha. Let's go and see if he's still there. Sure, let's run back to the place I've been a million times before. Yeah, absolutely no clue where that carbuncle is supposed to be. What fortuitous timing. I've only just arrived myself, so what news from my son? What was it he was so eager to give me? Is this... Oh goodness, it is, isn't it? It's a portrait of his family, and it includes my grandchild. Oh, how cherubic and darling. There's no baby more beautiful in all the world. This has put a fire under me, I dare say. If I hadn't reasoned enough before, then surely this child will keep me motivated to continue my research. I will make sure that this little bundle of joy has a world in which they can grow up happy and hale. You've made me happier than you could possibly know. Thank you, truly. It isn't much, I grant you, but here, something for your pains. To care enough to send the very best. Okay, then let's do the quest with Shaggles, shall we? And yeah, the sun does seem to work very well indeed. It's just this constant running back to the lift that is a bit, well, not annoying exactly, but sometimes it's just, you know, the problem is always, I think I've said this before, if you're doing it for one quest, right? If there's multiple quests, I don't mind. If there's like 2 or 3 quests in one area, then, you know, it's not a big deal running over there, but it's for only one quest. Especially in this case, since not only have I done this twice now, this is the 3rd time using the lift, I think, in this series of side quests, but also the knowledge that you have to run back this way as well. Wait a second, did I miss something there? Was I not meant to go up? Or did it just look differently? Oh, yeah, he's right here.
I've been searching all over for you, you know. Since we last met, I decided to use magics to improve my vocalization. To that girl, I've read my fair share of tomes on the subject. It seems you're kinda capable of making your vocal cords vibrate thanks to your ability to breathe through your mouth. Alas, we trolls are incapable of doing so. However, I managed to adapt a wind-aspected spell to enable me to communicate properly, Not that there's anything wrong with naval careers, mind you. I'm not gifted enough to activate the spell on my own, so I set out in search of you once more. It was then that I bumped into this clever child.
Let's go with the first one.
He wouldn't have been any help, so I left without him. Clearly I made the right choice. While I might not be able to speak with this boy, he still managed to bring you to me.
You can understand what he's saying. Simply amazing. I knew he had some way of communicating.
I gather he knows a thing or two about Ether as well, but you mind telling him what I just told you, pretty girl?
So that's what he's been trying to tell me about. Of course, I'll do my best to help. The wind-aspected ether vented by the earthen reactor ought to help. If we fiddle with the reactor settings a bit, we should even be able to create our own blustery vortex of the stuff. It should be all you need to cast your spell.
See, got an eye for people. Now take me to this reactor.
Right this way. Well, I was wrong. We actually didn't have to go up. That's cool. Wait, is this fire? Wasn't the earth aspected stuff somewhere else? Oh, right. One way further down is ice, and the earth was behind the hamlet? Is that correct? Where are we meant to go? I didn't expect to have to run so far. Sorry, Alice. She's still patiently waiting. Wait, was that... Didn't it say Earth aspected? Or did I just read that wrong? Because I was wondering about that. Well, obviously we would go to the wind aspected one, right? Which, yeah, that's here. Wow. The A-rank designs are always so cool. Can't wait to do hum trains. I'll be back in a bit. I just need to go tinker with the reactor settings. I learned all about this when I was coming up with ways to better the systems for the artificial sun. This quest is quite funny that we constantly just hear a door opening and closing, never seeing what they're actually doing. I mean, obviously, but yeah. All done. I think our wind-aspected ether vortex should pop up somewhere to the west. Keep your wits about you. There's every chance the high concentration of ether will attract fiends. We don't have any means of protecting ourselves, so we'll need your help. Let us know when you're ready. Of course.
Westward, girl.
Over there somewhere. I mean, it must be in this zone, right? Because it's still the ether, the wind ether zone. Must be up there. Yeah. To be honest, I had hoped that at least during the main quest there would be quite a bit more optional conversation points. I mean, there have been quite a few, I think. But some of them, you know, sort of the first quest that you do with these optional conversation points was overall one of the only quests where it truly felt like they were optional conversation points. I mean, I'm not saying that the way they used them elsewhere wasn't good as well. I think, for example, in Ratzathan, when you travel with Grahatia, what you can do is that at those blue circles, you can talk to him and he will then just say, you know, oh, now we have to go to the right? I mean, obviously you could just look at where the quest is taking you, where the final objective is, but it's sort of, it's really cool and immersive that you can just talk to him and he will tell you where you have to go next. That's very cool. What I'm just saying is that there aren't actually that many quests during the main quest where there are truly sort of optional conversation points that will give you, I guess, a lot more knowledge about any particular area, right? Which, you know, in a way, it is very immersive how they've done it, right? It's not like, I guess you could say, if you want to sort of take a positive look at it, it's not like your typical RPG dialogue where for some unknown reason NPCs will just, you know, splurt exposition at you and pretty much tell you a whole story about everything that you see or the place that you're visiting. Except obviously that first quest, because that was a quest showing you Sharlayan, right? So obviously it made sense in that regard. But I still think that, you know, I would have liked there to be just a bit more of these optional conversation points. If they already include them, you know, would have been cool here or there to have them. I mean, then again, that's a very, very minor detail.
So this is it, eh? Let me give it a go then. Finally, he could talk for himself. Oh, sorry. Arthur, can you hear me? Hey. Brilliant, I can finally talk.
How wonderful. There's so much I want to talk to you about. Oh, Father, what brings you here?
Well, if it is my favorite buffoon, how'd you know I'd be here?
You can speak. Why, even your voice is adorable.
Run before he tries to pet you again.
My pleasure to see you again. I was just looking for my boy. I have something of great importance to impart upon him. It's a pleasure for me as well. I've been wanting to speak with Shavels myself, and now he can reply. In that case, why don't you all join me in Sharlayan Hamlet? There's something I'd like you to meet. But someone, probably?
Okay, let's do that. That should probably be the end to this quest. And then I can finally start helping poor LSA, who's been waiting there patiently at the door for me to finally be finished with all of my errands. Sorry, Alice, I'll be right back. This time for sure. Wait, did we travel that far? Shit. I thought it was I already had forgotten. Sometimes you think, things down here are much closer than they actually are. I don't know why that is. Sometimes I feel like the circle seems smaller, but when you actually travel around and run around it, God, flying will be so much better here. Of course, once you unlock flying, there aren't any quests left, so... oh, whatever. Studium stuff. What is this? So, what's this about? Alas, that is not for me to explain. We have someone here from the studium who will do the honors instead. That would be me. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I come bearing a message for you two from the Scholar himself.
You mean myself and Vapoline?
Correct. Master Vapoline and Master Shaggles, was it? Master Shaggles. Would you two perchance be interested in pursuing an education at the studium? Word of your recent accomplishments has reached us, and we are all most impressed by your abilities. It would be our honor to welcome you to your institution and help nurture your talents while providing you with ample opportunities to learn. 1 second. Alright, sorry.
I can hardly believe my ears, but I'm not about to turn down the chance of a lifetime. Of course I'll enroll.
Oh? I think he's a bit afraid of leaving Labyrinthos, isn't he? What's the matter, Vapoline? You've more than proved yourself ready to face greater intellectual challenges, to leave Labyrinthos and expand your horizons. It's just that Labyrinthos is all I've ever known. How can I be sure I'll succeed out there? I know a pair that entered the studium at 11. So he's the next Elfino, huh? Thank you for trying to reassure me, only I won't know anyone there and...
What are you talking about? You know me, don't you?
What an unusual pair.
Don't tell me you plan to spend your whole life in this fishbowl. There's a whole world out there to explore.
Says the troll who's never left Labyrinthos either.
Silence, buffoon.
All right, you've convinced me. I'll go. Splendid. Now, there are just a few sheaves of paperwork to take care of, so I'll need to borrow your guardians for a bit. Yeah, sure. You'll do the unimportant paperwork.
None of this would have happened if we had met, would it?
I never would have gotten this opportunity or made such a wonderful new friend without you. Thank you. I really mean it. So, wait, are these the new Elfino and Alcei? Ah, of course not. Farewell.
Farewell.
Woad Blue, Storm Blue, Abyssal Blue. Wait, this is more purple, right? Let's take the Storm Blue. That was a very nice quest. Again, said this before a million times as well, but these are always the best. The side quests where like they actually have two side quest lines and then they intersect, and there's one final side quest to them. That's just really, really cool. Alright, I still have to do the Carbuncle side quest, but again, I have absolutely no clue where the thing is, so let us actually continue the main quest. But I'm going to take a break. It's lunchtime, so I'll look for something to eat. And
when I come back, we will continue with the main story. Let me just find a nice place to rest. Right here. Whoa. Wonderful. Wait. Oh. I was wondering, wait, why is there like this harsh divide in the color of the sky, but it's this shield. Alright. Let's stay here, and obviously, you know, lunch break, it'll take me, let's say 30 minutes, and then I'll be back. And we'll continue the main story. Now, unfortunately, Alice has to wait for me even longer. I'm really sorry, Alice. Oh, by the way, we're still missing 2 coffers. I guess they're probably from the main quest then, right? Yeah, I have to be. Alright. Alice, please wait for me. See you in a bit. Alright. That was a fine lunch. And now I'm ready to be back in action. Although it's always, you know, I always start a timer on my phone, like 25-minute timer, when I start taking a break, so that I don't get locked out. I mean, to be honest, at this point, well, it's 12:30 server time. You know, on a Monday, surely at this point the queues aren't as bad. I suppose they would have probably not taken longer than 5 minutes to log back in, but you know, I guess I just don't want to risk it. But yeah, that's why I always, every time I, you know that I'll be taking a longer break, like, you know, getting some lunch or something, I'll start the timer just so that I don't miss it. Because, you know, the sort of unfortunate part about a 30-minute lockout timer is that that's sort of exactly the time you need to, you know, properly eat lunch without eating too fast, and you know, with I don't know, you know, if you want to drink something, and then obviously I have to get to the kitchen. Well, it's not like the kitchen's far away, but you know what I mean, right? It still takes a minute to get up out of your chair, sit down, sort of, I don't know, get your plate and stuff like that, right? Then put the lunch on the plate and whatever. So, you know what I'm saying? It's just, it does take, you know, 3-4 minutes to get everything ready and then put everything back as well. You know, that's exactly the sort of the time that could push you over those 30 minutes. I mean, in the past, when obviously, you know, logging in wasn't an issue at all, that's practically always what happened. Like, there have been times where I literally came back to the game and saw that I was gonna be locked out in like the next 5 seconds or something, or you know, I came back and I was just locked out, and the title screen started appearing, and the, you know, CGI trailer started rolling. So it's about, you know, usually I would probably take, I don't know, 32, 33 minutes for a lunch break when I was playing 14. I know, obviously, that's, you know, it's a bit unfortunate if you get locked out and then it takes, you know, at this point, maybe only 5 minutes, but you never know, right? Maybe it's 10 minutes, maybe 15, so it's quite a bit of a bother. And even if it doesn't take any time at all to lock back in, sometimes that's still annoying, right? It's this annoying extra step that you have to do seemingly for no reason at all. I mean, obviously there is a good reason for it, but yeah. Ugh. What's in these boxes? Why do the boxes squeal? But that's I guess I just wanted to talk about it, and that's why I always start a 25-minute timer, because it gives me, you know, 5 minutes of leeway to get back to playing.
What are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help me with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Aye, sure. Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alfino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there.
Alright. I wonder what's in them. Let's see how much more we have to help here with the preparations. I can't be too much longer, can it? And we've definitely finished all the ether currents as well. Although at this point, even though I'm probably going for another like 8 hours today, I'm not entirely sure if I'll be able to finish the main story. Probably not. Although it's not a big deal, right? As long as I finish tomorrow. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. I mean, not that it's a big deal, but, you know, I'm really looking forward to doing the extreme trials, and my statics are also waiting, so, yeah. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Huh, and I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. Suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopaldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. I already attuned to this etherite, right? So this was the quest to bring us here. I wonder if there's going to be more side quests here. Usually, once you've done all the Wind Ether Current side quests, there aren't any more. I definitely already attuned to this, right? Yeah. I should probably... Although I can do that later. I have to change my favorite teleportation spots. Because Yulmore is still the one that I've set to being able to teleport to without any costs. I should probably change that to Ratzatan. This must be Theopoldin. I keep thinking that I've seen him elsewhere, but I cannot for the life of me remember when. God, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortuno's children, are you not? Alphino and Alice at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's new lifts, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you, alas I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Sure. I want to hear those stories about their parents as well. Wait, right there. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. And never mind Alphino and Alice, I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Oh, it twinkles faintly. I have a feeling that the carbuncle is going to be in that direction then. Interesting. South structure. There you are. It's a forum member. I am not one of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Theopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope your science succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. I mean, now we're all working together, so should be fine. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something.
Well, as you know, part of why the Labyrinthos name garners such respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Neoncrepus Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. It was simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Neoncrepus' pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, eh? Archon Luzois looked not to Neoncrepus' words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led to him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Luzois lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Sharlayan or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fourcheneau could not reconcile Luzois' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fourcheneau agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fourcheneau's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day. That is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. I mean, that much has become clear, I do admit that, right? Their father is really, really looking out for them. It's just that, you know, he's also very, I guess it's the plight of the knowledgeable? I don't know how to put that, but I think there's quite a lot of people, actually, who are sort of trapped a bit in their own thoughts. Not to the point where they, you know, are unable to do anything, but rather, you know, they're very torn, right? Especially if you have a kind of sort of logical approach to a lot of things, and there's, you know, two opposing sides that definitely contradict each other, but both have logical reasons for why they act that way. It is very, very hard to then, you know, if you also value that logical approach highly, it's very hard to sort of come to terms with that, right? And to recognize and acknowledge that you have to make a decision. It can't just all be deduced logically, because sometimes there are multiple right ways to do something, right? They all have their merits, and they might be equally worth pursuing, but still are two sides of the same coin in the way that they, you know, you can only choose one of them because they contradict each other. They can't be both fulfilled. You know, and having that struggle and sort of wanting to do everything but not being able to, and not really, you know, being able to figure out what the right course of action is because you can't know until it's too late, essentially. Yeah, I can definitely see that that would bear very heavily on their father's shoulders. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree.
I'll say. Thank you for your insight. And next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Well, that was quite the curious insight about their father. Hail, you three! Graha, what are you doing here? Graha, surely Coco hasn't driven you out of the forge already? For better or worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you? Can you spare the time? I've finished all my side quests, so of course, Graha, I'll be there for you. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. 'Tis strange to hear father spoken of in such a way, but I suppose he would find your view of me no less odd. Much as I'd like to press Theopoldin for more revealing tidbits, we should be getting back to our tasks. I mean, there will always be time to do that, right? In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Cockle wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at that moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Cockle's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-respected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustments will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlian Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. If we're going that way, I'll be looking for the carbuncle as well. I really like this place. With these pools here. You can actually see the bottom. Huh. I come here to think when I've hit a snack in my research. I return to work as soon as I have a solution in mind, so please stop giving me that look. It's actually a pity that they're this shallow, otherwise they'd made for a spectacular swimming pool. But alas, I don't think that's their purpose. Twinkles faintly. This is the Gamma one, right? I think. Warmly, the carbuncle isn't here, but you may be on the right track. Okay. Once again, it's a bit weird that they would do this one quest, nonetheless one where the objective is not displayed, and make that be the one that you have to travel the furthest for. I wonder if... Let's do this first. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-respected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would.
Well, these blue-purple looking things are the water-respected things that we're attracting. They die annoyingly quick with Bahamut. More. That was... It was almost a cute sound when they die. Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. Expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you... there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alec, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allegans' efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alec's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest. Did he remember his life as Hermes? He probably... I was wondering, right? He probably did, at least to some degree. Even though his mannerisms are completely different, or I guess the... Well, then again, are they? Right? The fact that he sort of got bitter and ultimately wanted the world's destruction as well, in a way, is because of the self-same reasons that the original Hermes had, right? And when pushed, would also sort of struggle with. So in a way, he wasn't even different to Hermes. He was, I guess, just coming to the same conclusion in a different manner. I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. I wouldn't say that he retained memories. I would say that he might have retained subconscious feelings or notions. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? I mean, he was working... both before and after he joined the Ascians, he was working basically in opposition to them, right? Because no matter how he came to those conclusions, they were certainly the same ones that the original Hermes had. And they were, well, yeah, the exact opposite of what the Ascians wanted. The Unsullied Ascians wanted to bring back the world to the state that it was in, how they knew it, right? Whereas Amon, Fandaniel, however you want to call him, wanted to destroy everything. And he wanted to do that already, I think, before he joined the Ascians, and I don't think that he really gave up on that plan when he joined them. Much like he appears to have tried to use Xenos for his means, even though I don't really know if you can really call that a success. But in the self-same manner, he, I think, tried to use the Unsundered Asians to discover means to be able to do that, to destroy everything, right? I guess he bid his time, waiting, knowing that maybe there would come a time when he would be able to set his plans in motion in opposition to them, which obviously, you know, finally came to fruition when we actually killed them. This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's essentially as if... Well, it's... I don't know if it's necessarily dynamos, but as Monteshane put it, right, there is something like ink etched onto the soul. And I don't think that that's actually completely eradicated when you return to the ethereal sea. There has to be a trace there, you know, of those self-same memories that still exists. So even though he was sundered and even though he was reborn, he still retained sort of the general personality and way he was feeling about the world that Hermes had. We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alec that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zande's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. So exactly the same thing that Hermes was trying to do. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. I mean, is it really a theory? And, you know, if you lay it out like that, it is fairly easy to see, I think. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? Yeah, again, I was sort of suspecting as much, right? And one thing that I had all but forgotten, oh, there it is. The carbuncle peers at you anxiously, not letting its guard down. Perhaps it would let you pick it up if you soothe it first. One thing I had all but forgotten was also that this zone probably leads to us contacting Heidelin through the Ethereal Sea or through whatever means
the Sharlians built here to communicate with Hydaelyn? Carbuncle visibly calms, allowing you to cradle it in your arms. You know what? Something I just thought of. You know, what if... So Hydaelyn herself said, or Venat said, that she was strongest in the ethereal sea. Which that is still something we don't really have a concept of, right? We know how Zodiac worked, that he brought about an ethereal shield about the planet, and then was ultimately sealed in the moon, right? Alright, so far so good. But how exactly does Hydaelyn function? Is what I'm wondering, right? How can... Because it seems like Hydaelyn is sort of part of the ethereal sea in a way. Right? So it is a rather peculiar thing. How exactly does that work? How can a primal essentially be summoned into, I don't know, this massive ether that is also responsible for holding onto the souls of the deceased? Right? I mean, there has to be, I guess, a lot more about the ethereal sea itself that we just don't know yet. But what I was just wondering is that, you know, the ethereal sea itself does seem, well, at least by its name, you would assume that it's just a very, very large amount of ether. So what if, by some means, we're able to utilize that ether that possibly Hydaelyn still stores or utilizes for herself? What if we are able to take that and use that to re-establish the shield that Zodiac put up? Because, well, interestingly enough, right, while Meteion seems to be a fairly powerful being, I guess what the only real thing that made her and her sisters as threatening as they are is because most people just simply had no knowledge of Dynamos, and we as ethereal beings essentially also can't interact with it that well, right? And that was even truer during the first final days, where the ancients really, you know, were so dense etherically that they just wouldn't be able to truly grasp what's going on, right? But in a way, again, it's interesting to me that Meteion clearly is only able to wield Dynamos as a weapon, sort of, right? Somehow Meteion and her sisters are able to funnel Dynamos onto the planet, right? Sort of blast us with negative energy, right? But apparently Zodiac's shield that was created through the sacrifice that the ancients made when they summoned Zodiac was able to shield the entire planet from these Dynamos radiation beam, or whatever you want to call it, right? So while obviously the final days are pretty bad, and Meteion surely is not, you know, we shouldn't underestimate her. At the same time, I do feel like if we wield the power of ether, right, if we would be able to somehow utilize the ethereal sea to maybe re-establish this shield that Zodiac was keeping up, but through other means, maybe by, I don't know, changing how Hydaelyn works,
then simply by sort of re-establishing the shield, we would already have a solution for the problem at hand, right? I mean, technically Meteon would then still be out there, and it would still be a threat if we can't keep up the shield, so it's, you know, it would potentially still be something that we'd have to deal with at some point or another. But at the same time, it would essentially give us, you know, a lot of extra time, possibly. I mean, think about it, right? To our knowledge, right now, Zodiac's shield held for 12,000 years, and the only reason why it didn't hold anymore is because we unknowingly destroyed it by destroying Zodiac. But other than that, it would have been perfectly fine, right? If we hadn't destroyed Zodiac, Meteon would have never been a threat. At least I think so. Although, by the way, because I was watching those streams yesterday, right? There are two instances when you sort of hear a voice, right? The first is right after you destroy Zodiac. You're looking at the planet, and suddenly the planet burns, right? And you hear a voice in your head. And I think the first sort of conclusion, because you, at that point, you know absolutely nothing about Meteon, right? And almost nothing about Dynamis. And what most people's conclusion will be is that that voice is Hydaelyn, and that suddenly Hydaelyn has become evil, right? And maybe tries to, I don't know, use the fact that Zodiac is now gone for her own means. And it's very, very clever how they've done that. And then the same thing happens later on when you go to bed in Charlian, and you look at the moon, and the very self-same thing happens. But in both instances, it is actually Meteon who's finally able, because the shield is now gone, to reach the planet's surface again with her Dynamis energy. And it's her who says, finally, right? Because she is, again, after 12,000 years, finally able to, you know, put her plan into motion. It's just that's just a very, very cool thing. It's a very cool fake out. I did thoroughly brief Cockhole on refined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions that I was kicked out for prattling on. Ew, I can feel those flames blazing from here. We actually found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Yeah, I have a feeling it'll appear shortly. Aha! Bonds of adamantite. The last quest for this zone, apparently. Or not for... it depends. At this point, I definitely think that the 89 dungeon is going to be here, and it's going to be in the Ethereal Sea. And it's going to be that crystal dungeon that we saw. I do trust you deliver on your promise. I do, only... I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want it now. We, share your impatience, I assure you, as there's truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime. I wish. Sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Yeah, I mean, recreational explosions in the vicinity of our only sort of life vessel starship thing, probably not the best idea. Well, so long as I can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone. I have mistakes to make.
In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. Perfect. That means I can turn in the other quest. Here are some explosions. Some recreational explosions, that is. I still wonder, though. I mean, obviously there are 2 trials left, right? The one at, I presume, level 89, so the Innocence equivalent, but then there's also going to be something at 90. The level 89 one... I'm more curious about the level 91 at this point. Because... are we just going to fight Meteon? It's my question. Or are we going to fight... I mean, Xenos is still there as well, right? He's a character that, for better or worse, you know, is very much in the background of this expansion, and you sort of almost forget about him from time to time. Alright. Let's change back to Paladin for turning that quest in. So I don't know. Although, then again, maybe Xenos' goal... I mean, he could sort of absorb Meteon. The thing is, I mean, we know Meteon, right? And we know... we know that we have to destroy her, essentially, right? But I do wonder, considering what the other sort of end trials of an expansion have been, we've always sort of known our enemy for a very long time beforehand, right? So essentially all of the enemies that we fought at the end of expansion trials have always been enemies that were introduced, I think, even before the expansion began. And they sort of had a constant appearance throughout the story that you were going through, right? And the only one, like, that's just not true for Meteon, because it took a very long time to actually get to Elpis, and then even within Elpis, Meteon, well, she was there, obviously, but I don't know. I don't know if they would do that, right? If they would truly only make her sort of the final boss of the expansion. If that's enough. I have a feeling there's more at stake here. Or maybe not more at stake, that's the wrong wording, but that there is something else there. But at the same time, I also don't think that it's just gonna be Xenos, right? Like if Xenos, for example, would try to absorb Meteon or something to that degree, would it then just be Xenos? Wouldn't that also be fairly underwhelming in a way? I wouldn't. Underwhelming's the wrong word. Obviously, it also completely depends on the context and how cool, just in general, whatever, you know, the end is going to be is. But still, I mean,
what else is there really, right? I mean, I don't think I can even speculate too much on that because I have a feeling there's a lot we just still don't know. But again, it's just so weird because you would assume that whatever we're fighting in the end is something that something or someone that was there the entire time. Yeah, whatever. Let's find out. Did you find the carbuncle? Indeed I did. Thank goodness, or rather, thank you. As I said, they found the poor thing alone in the countryside, wandering the mountains of northern Lenosha, I believe. Northern Lenosha. Weird. It should have vanished as soon as its master dismissed it, although it's possible the command was never given. In which case, it should theoretically persist until the ether that forms it is consumed, but for that reserve to last long enough for the entity to grow wild. An immensely talented arcanist must have summoned it, but I wouldn't give to meet someone that powerful. Am I missing here? Am I missing something here? Researching this little creature should net me some fascinating data indeed. Thank you again for retrieving it for me. Huh. I have a feeling that was in reference to something, but I have absolutely no idea to what. Northern Lenosha, because he pointed out the place so specifically. Was there like a powerful arcanist in Northern Lenosha at some point? Huh. I'd probably actually have to go back. I mean, Northern Lenosha. Wait. Northern Lenosha. Arcanist. The Scholar quests are there. I don't know if the Arcanist quest leads you there at some point. But again, I don't know that. I would have to go back and look, I think. But I have a feeling that it somehow is connected to something like that. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Yes, let's wait for them.
All set, I take it?
Well, hopefully. It's been quite a while.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loporrits, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company. lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Which I have a feeling will turn up right
are
this
you
very
there?
moment.
It's me, Kryl. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbour at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
What? Maybe they only think it's a commotion because we've brought so many people here?
Now, where might this delivery be?
Well, don't you think that all these people are here because of that? Yeah, that's what I thought. By the way, this is the music that I thought of when we built the Great Towers. Holy shit!
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
They even brought the airship from Kugane. There you are! This is incredible! All the Alliance questlines coming together as well.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
This is so incredible how everybody is literally part of this main story, right? Everybody you've ever met in this game has some role to play. This is such an incredible thing.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Those two bickering again.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamant shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance.
No way!
It was my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Well, I mean, somebody has to play the coordinating role, I guess.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Same thing as before.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Indeed it is.
Hancock and Soroban. We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you. And we brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of one Ejika Sunjika. He says a little advance warning would have been appreciated by the by.
Sorry about that.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
Is that from the Four Lords questline? It is, isn't it?
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our
course it
Dango,
is.
never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
It's called the Phoenix Blade? Wait, did I know about that? I want to have a Phoenix Blade.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies.
Yeah, they were a bit surprised about
I
that.
thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
Okay.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Thankfully, there was one in Kugane.
Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability.
Finally, someone who actually has a brain. Because Lolorito recognized that there is no coin to be made on a planet that is dead, right?
And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Great.
We funded the venture. When?
Oh. I think Tataru was busy.
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Oh, so that's why she collected all the money over the years.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
How much gil did we have? Holy shit!
We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement.
Oh god, who's that?
She has supported
she?
us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Oh, of course! I should have known! I mean, she pretty much told us as much.
Millions.
I remain, of
Surprise.
course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
She literally paid for the exact thing their father would have never paid for. Although then again, I mean, wasn't it his design? Or at least he oversaw the engineering of the ether burner? So in a way, it all works out in the end, isn't it? Doesn't it?
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
The teeny tiny toy boat, huh? 'Tis true.
Waste not.
That's not what you expected, is it, Fortuno? Although it is very fortuitous indeed.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Oh!
Erenville! You were involved too.
Of course he was going to play another pod. I was wondering why they went to such great lengths to introduce him. Of course.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos.
She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
I'll wipe them.
To make a long story short, the whole of the
Frown
guildship
off your
cooperated
face.
to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Of course, everyone's back.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Yeah, he will be upset about that.
You brought the team.
Indeed he did.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
And Alpha is here
I
too.
nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius.
Gaius?
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
Ooh, nice. Is that sort of the Ultima Core thing? Or like a version of it?
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud Shard.
And Horibaldo as well. The B team is here as well.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Qual's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Idleshire's? I thought it was called Idleshire. Idleshire? Is that a special pronunciation of that I wasn't aware of?
I know. Ah, the Gobbyflock fought.
The Gobbies as well.
Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
This is so incredible, right? Literally the whole world. Literally the whole world. Everybody we've been helping for the past 8 years or however long it's been since this game has been out, and however long I've been playing it, and the last 8,000 hours of playtime, whatever. Everybody is helping us now, and everybody's here.
The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. you will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere.
So Midgard Sommer himself sort of has a shell of ether. That's why the scale... Oh, of course! That's why the scales offer so much protection against it. Because Midgard Sommer has to have, because he has the ability to travel between stars, his scales are sort of etherically imbued to shield him from the Dynamo's energy. This is just...
Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
How the hell did they come up with this story? How the hell does it all just make sense? They just dropped that, oh yeah, by the way, his scales are etherically imbued, and you just think about it for a couple of seconds. Of course they would be! What the fuck?
Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever.
Ashdaya? Whoa. Name drop? We haven't heard that name before.
Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion.
I wonder why.
My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
I wonder if that last dragon has to come into play at some point. I wonder if there's surely gonna be, even though this story might be finished with 6.0, I think the dragons still have a part to play. Maybe that's even sort of our next endeavor. Maybe we're rescuing the home star?
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Great to see you.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
I like him.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no? 10, no? 14 bleeding percent.
14 sounds like an exceptional number indeed.
Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Indeed it has. Is it finally time?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it.
Correct.
The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Hear, hear. He's just worried.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Of course, he was just a worried father. He just
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst.
That's why he did all of this. That's why he acted the way he acted. Because he wanted to keep his children out of harm's way.
It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed. Must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children.
I mean, technically he did save them at least once.
A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
No, I don't think that it was.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures.
Oh, poor Fortuno just didn't want to hear what his children went through out of fear of being even more fearful for their lives.
Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to.
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well.
Ah, forget it. I knew all along why you did this.
I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
No, I think they influenced the Scions in that.
Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbour, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Yeah. Well, Graha, there needs to be time for some, family, well, not exactly reunion, but,
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Oh, shit. Alfie, no, I didn't prepare a speech. There it is. Lend us your strength. God, that theme.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
We can do the paperwork later. Give that stuff here. I just love how they've brought in old music as well, right? It's just, it fits so perfectly in these moments. Ah. This is... wow. Just... wow. Are there? Yeah. Sandwiches and pretzels. There actually is another side quest here. And another one here. Level your philanthropy. My throat hurts from directing so many people to Labyrinthos, but that only proves we got our money's worth. I apologize for not informing you earlier of Aaronwald's involvement. He was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow cleaners to hand, though. It would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Harnish delegation here otherwise. I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulders. But more importantly, his words were an affirmation that the path we walk is the right one. Part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days. But to save the star is what we all want most. And if those same people believe that I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I will fight for this world of ours until the very end. We shall do that. I cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks do with the ship. God. What the fuck is this expansion? I mean, I knew that it was gonna be, you know... Obviously, they were gonna pull this off. Obviously. After Shadowbringers, there was no doubt that they weren't gonna be able to pull this off, right? But still, seeing it come together like this... Just wow. Sorry. If I never see another crate again, it will be too soon. Unaided, we Scions could never have gathered such a bounty. Refined adamantite, relics sacred and ancient alike. I find myself quite overcome. Lee sent a letter along with Gridania's contribution. It seems it should travel there to aid in their adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridania was quite the trial, as was getting into the Dalamud Shard, as was reaching its depths. Yeah. You know. Yeah. I suspect she will have few kind words to say about the Elegance when next we meet. The time has come to claim our prize. Are you prepared? So by the way, then the dragon that we saw over Ishgard, well, it might also have been a Felsvelga, right? Could have been either one, or Tiamat. Whew. I was just... Alright, I just wanted to... I think I actually need to grab a tissue. I'll be right back. What a great story this is, truly. It's just... And to finally see something like this realized, exactly as you were hoping it would be, right? Especially considering how many stories of the past years there have been. You know, stories that you grew up with. Stories that have been there for a very long time. And they just never were able to capture this exact feeling. To just, you know, actually fulfill the promise they set out with. And I know that it's not an easy feat, right? I mean, sometimes there are, you know, budgets or, you know, all kinds of things that can interfere with a story actually being realized in the way that the creators wished it would be. But still, it is just absolutely incredible to see this come together in this beautiful fashion, in a way that it truly deserves to come together, right? Whew. And we're not even finished. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. I have a feeling it entails a dungeon. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia, then. I don't want any of you getting hurt. I do hope you'll wring as much information out of Heidelin as you can. For all we know, this is the one and only opportunity we'll get. I wonder what she has to say. By the way, did we unlock flying in Labyrinthos? No. It's only at the end of this quest, right? Which is a bit annoying, because that means that we have to run to the place in Labyrinthos we need to get to. Although, then again, considering how this usually works, we probably have to even finish the dungeon before we can unlock flying. Dickon, what's up? Philosopher's Sandwich. Sandwiches and pretzels. Welcome. What will you be having today? Oh, it's you. As it happens, LSA also came by recently. Busy as she is, she wanted to let me know that she's patched things up with her father. I'm truly happy for her. But speaking of busy, we're quite short on hands this shift. As much as I'd hate to bother you, could you deliver an order for me? Of course, Dickon, of course. I mean, technically we're supposed to, you know, save the world and talk to Heidelin, and you know how it is, but of course, I can deliver sandwiches for you, or whatever else. Yeah, it's a pair of salad sandwiches for an elderly gentleman at Orc's Landing. He's a Lalafell with a distinguished air, so you can't miss him. My thanks in advance. These are the only 2 side quests though, right? I did see that correctly? Oh. Well, that's... Where are you going? I always like seeing people, you know, RP walking around the place. I know I only really did that in the beginning of this expansion, because at some point, you know, you just want to know what comes next, but... And now it's snowing again. Yeah. Oh, right, I think... Doesn't the Christmas event start on Wednesday? I think it does. I think it's at the 15th. if I saw that correctly. Or maybe it already started? Yeah, whatever. I wonder what the quest about the Labyrinthos is about. Oh, that's a servant of them. Distinguished Ladafel. Oh, you're one of the Scions, are you not? 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now, what might I do for you? Here are your sandwiches. Ah, the sandwiches! How very kind of you to bring them. The last stand serves up many scrumptious dishes, but the sandwiches have always been my favorite. My son, meanwhile, was partial to the pretzels. When I was young, I attended the studium. Louisoix was a classmate of mine, a kindred spirit in the study of magic, and we inspired each other to greater heights. After I completed my studies, I continued conducting research and eventually became a professor. I married and had a family, settled down. Such a life wasn't for Louisoix, who was on the road more often than not. My son grew to admire him and went to become his pupil and earn his Archon's mark. To see him set forth to flight for Eorzea beside Louisoix filled me with pride. Yet so too did I worry, as any parent would. In the end, he gave his life for his cause, so strongly did he believe in it, and having now seen his comrades fighting tirelessly to protect our star, I have come to understand whence came his conviction. Ah, but listen to me blathering on. I know you're a busy man, so I shall let you go. Thank you, not only for the sandwich, but also for standing with my son to the last. Wait, did I... Am I missing something here? Who's the son? Wait. Oh boy, was that... Did I just meet Papalymo's father? I think I did. What the hell? And they don't even... Like, what the fuck? They give you a quest to deliver some sandwiches and they're for fucking Papalymo's father? Wow. I just can't with this game. What the hell is going on? Level your philanthropy. Ah, my lord, what good fortune that you grace us now. We are planting flowers, if you would perchance care to join us. 'Tis part of Lady Emelian's efforts to beautify our fair city, you see, which in turn is part of her wider civic contributions. Were you to help with a plant or two, my mistress would surely be delighted. I'd be glad to assist. Marvelous, marvelous. Though the world has become an uncertain place, it is in such times, most of all, that the people have need of cheer. Would you not agree? With that settled, permit me to furnish you with some bulbs. As you go about planting them, you may notice other helpers here and there. Do feel free to have a chat with them. Ooh, who's this gonna be? Who's this gonna be? Parliament? Wait, you're him. Can't wait for the flowers to bloom. Maybe they should have gotten, other clothes for this task, but I guess. Begging your pardon, but you're him, yes. I've heard all about you. Saying that we're all family, Lady Emelian shares the contents of her children's letters, you see. And how they write about you. I've never had the pleasure before, but this feels like meeting an old friend. To not only meet you at last, but have you plant flowers with us besides. It's truly an honor. On behalf of my fellow servants, allow me to thank you for being such a great friend to Master Alfino and Mistress Alice. Aww, thank you. And where are these flowers being planted? Behind the house. Student? I know you! Planting flowers for Lady Emelian's too, are you? Of course I am. You're one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, are you not? Hi, I've seen you at the Baldessian Onyx. Well now, what a great honor it is to meet you. We're students at the Studium, you see, and the Level twins were our seniors. And that despite being years younger than us, than everyone. To be admitted at the tender age of 11, they're prodigies of the rarest sort. Their graduation, thesis and deeds in the world are an inspiration to us all. To meet one of their legendary comrades in the flesh, it's moving beyond words. We often hear tales about the Scions. Like you fellows, we hope to leave our little island one day and do great things. When that day comes, perhaps we'll see you again somewhere out there. I sure hope. Huh. Yeah, these quests are truly something special. It's also great to just have these two quests to sort of, calm down just a little bit before the next sort of big thing happens, right? Finish planting the bulbs. Wonderful. In time, they will grow into beautiful Nemea lilies, a symbol of safe travels. Upon learning of this in her children's letters, Lady Emelian took to planting the lilies in the hope that no harm would befall them and their beloved comrades. We humble servants share in that hope. Wherever your path may take you, know that you are ever in our thoughts. Well, thank you. Huh. Oh, I love that it's snowing here. That is so beautiful. Sorry, I'm really lost in thought here. It's honestly just really, really beautiful to traverse the city. Silent music, the beautiful snow, the beautiful vistas. I'm so looking forward to be doing all of the crafting quests, and then we also still have the role quests to do. Finally being able to do the dungeons again, leveling Paladin to 90, leveling Red Mage and Black Mage and Sage and Reaper, and it's gonna be so incredible. Ah, you're back. Did you have a chat with the customer? Wonderful. The gentleman's regular of ours, you see. When he heard that the Scions had come to Sharlayan, he was beside himself with excitement. He dearly wanted to meet you, but wasn't sure how to go about it. So when you appeared when you did, well, I thought I'd make it happen. I appreciate you going along with it. Wow. Thank you. By way of thanks, here's a little something on the house. Enjoy. That is still just so mind-blowing to me that they just so nonchalantly put, like, Papalymo's father in here. I mean, at least but yeah, it had to have been him, right? It had to. Alright, but wait, what was the sentence I was going to say? To not delay. Why did I want to put another word in there? That was weird. To not delay this any further. Let's be about it. Let's do this. Ooh, the music's back. Master Fushno. As always, a great honor to meet you. I've already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clara Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. And now it actually is time for our P-walking. Again, it's raining a lot today down Labyrinthos. Huh. I wonder if these are sort of their navigational systems, or something else to calculate something. I'm pleased to report our plants are hardy, healthy, and happy. Looks like my cultivation system is working well. Does look like that indeed. Yeah, I wonder what this apparatus is exactly. I mean, could be for all sorts of things, couldn't it? Adventurers such as yourself must lead very exciting lives, traveling the world, helping those in need. Perhaps a career change is in order. I don't know if it's really the best point in time to do that, but yeah. You're with Master Fushno, yes? Just step inside the lift here. Yes, go to the lower levels. Once again, look at how big this building is. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Thormazane. Oh. So that's literally what they were always, what all of them were talking about. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts. Whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Oh, whoopsie. Should have probably done that as a paladin, but no, whatever. I have a feeling this is going to be the dungeon anyway, so I'm not that much over-leveled anymore, I think. Maybe. Ooh. I wonder what this is going to be. Because I thought it was the rocket at first, right? But maybe it isn't, if the connection to the ethereal sea... Oh. Oh! What the hell is this? Holy shit, that thing looks cool! I mean, it might be a teeny tiny toy boat, but holy... I want to have that! It's probably one of the coolest looking spaceships I've ever seen! Wow! So then, I mean, yes, the roof does open as I was suspecting. At least I think it does. Although then again, does it? I bid you welcome to Thomazane. Direct your attention towards the center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. I mean, it would take a lot of trips to bring the whole planet to the moon in that thing, though. But it looks cool as fuck! What is that thing? Holy shit! As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. Oh. Wait, how does that work, though? How... What? So you can literally just miniaturize things and then make them bigger again? And they actually lose weight in the process? How exactly does that work? So I guess more people would fit in there than you would think from the outside? The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, the treat with her is not a simple feat. Oh, to treat, not the treat. Huh. I wonder why they decided to essentially build the starship close to where access to the ethereal sea is as well. I mean, in a way it does make sense, because obviously they would keep both things as much of a secret as possible. So, you know, it makes sense to sort of put them in the same place in that regard, but at the same time, I don't know. Wow. This looks incredible, doesn't it? When I talk to you, why is there like a... What is this? Looks like a jet engine. I'm performing final checks of parts on the Ark we are constructing. Even the smallest error can lead to a huge catastrophe, so we cannot be too careful. Yeah, what a fly in that thing. That thing looks incredible. It's such a cool design. Even with the colors. I think white and red are actually my favorite spaceship colors. There was like a skin in EVE Online that I had a long time ago. That was also... Or not, it wasn't a skin. It's not a skin, it's the, it's one of the spaceship lines. There are 3 spaceships in that line. I thought the middle one was the coolest, but I couldn't afford that one, so I got the small one, which already cost like 70 million, which I know for most people playing EVE Online is probably that not that much ISK, but yeah, for me it was. And those are also like their base color is white and red. Wow. I can well imagine the zeal with which they were working on the ether burner, and all I can say is that I'm glad we have something to do other than get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it that the ship is put to good use. To think how many generations labored for this end, and that we may aim higher still. We must spare no preparation, and that means speaking with Heidelin no matter the cost. I wonder how they're planning to bring the ship back, though. Right? Wherever we're going, where Meteion might be, don't we have to bring the ship back? If meeting Heidelin proves difficult, even for the Forum, then perhaps I... Oh, 'tis an unformed idea at this phase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes of it. Trial? Why not just say outright what you want to do? Might spare some confusion. We must learn of Heidelin's greater plan. Can only hope that she also knows the current location of Meteion. And we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits us within. Trial. Haha, you're funny, Stoller. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but it pales in comparison to the vast, primordial power beneath our feet. So what is that? Did they literally just, like, is there literally a hole in the planet here, or what? It would seem enchantments most advanced have been woven into the ship's very bones. Wolfson and Blowweeder were doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. It was the Alligans who first combined the mechanical and ethereal sciences into a revolutionary discipline. Given that the ship is nothing short of a technological marvel in that precise vein, Alligan salvage should suit it well. I doubt this is what Aaron meant when he said that there remains much we do not know, but I still can't believe everything that was hidden underneath the city the entire time. I want to look down there. Is there literally... What the hell is this? Looks very similar to the Antitower, doesn't it? Wait, so they're... I guess the purpose of this is also that they can sort of draw on the ether, but still, what seems so weird to me, or, well, not weird really in and of itself, but the ethereal sea, as you can clearly see, is literally just sort of the planet's core, right? So the planet is filled with ether. And we can utilize that ether for everything that we can utilize ether for. But at the same time, the ether of people that die literally also gets transported into this very self-same thing, right? And that's kind of a... I mean, in a way, if you really think about it, it's not so different as if... You know, I mean, technically... Right, if you kind of want to... what's the word? If you want to... You know, think about it, if people die, they literally become soil again, right? Like their body wastes away beneath the earth and you become soil. And in a way, that soil and the very molecules of your body might then be used to, I don't know, harvest a plant. And maybe that plant, you know, withers and is thrown away, but then wherever it's thrown away to, you know, it gets recycled, and then maybe you know, maybe suddenly it's in a I don't know, a potato that you eat, right? So technically you could, like, a molecule in any given potato could be a molecule of a deceased person, right? I know that's a weird thought, but obviously that's how physics work, because the actual atoms that our body is comprised of, they get changed out over time, obviously, but they're the self-same atoms, right? If we could literally print a number on an atom, then, you know, we could sort of track where it's been throughout history, right? And it would have been in many places at some point. So, in a way, you know, you can... This is kind of similar, right? This is obviously a lot more than just an atom, but it's still, like, this concept that there is this ethereal sea, and it's both a place for ether to return to and souls to return to in that manner, but also literally a place that can be utilized, for example, as, well, I guess in this case, probably propulsion for a spaceship is quite, you know, that's definitely something you have to wrap your head around for a while before you really grasp what its meaning is. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Indeed I am. Nice. We're still missing... Oh no, we're not. I thought we were missing a coffer, but we're not. They're all here. Do I have enough inventory space for the... Yeah, I have, but it's getting stuffed again. Definitely have to sell all this stuff over the course of the next weeks. Okay. Her children, one and all. Level 89. I think I might have my leveling curve pretty perfect at this point, actually. Because when I did my first level 88 quest, I was almost 88, right? No, wait. Almost 89 is what I was saying. Yeah. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. So there's literally a lift that takes us down to the ethereal sea? Is that what he's saying? God, I love this place. Holy shit, there's literally a fucking spaceship. This spaceship hanging above a huge sort of reactor-looking thing that is the entrance to the ethereal sea. Like, what the hell? This machine is used to compress ether and represents a vital portion of the Ark. Oh. Yeah, they're sucking ether out of the ethereal sea and compressing it, using that as fuel. So this is the back of the ship then, right? Probably the propulsion systems? So are they detached right now? Or, Does the ship always look like this? Because I wonder where that jet engine goes, right? Maybe it's usually stuck in the back here? Oh, and that's the lift, right. That's the thing that was... But didn't it end slightly above the surface? Or what am I missing there? Or is it literally... No. Actually, it doesn't. So there's literally a fucking lift that descends into the ethereal sea itself. Okay. Sure. Huh. As a means of communing with the heart of the star, 'tis disappointingly mechanical in design. I think that's pretty cool, actually, that it is. Am I the only one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. I doubt there's anything worth worrying over. Not for Heidelberg's champion, at any rate. They must employ a full cohort of engineers just to maintain the lifts. How would you even maintain a lift that is literally descending into the ethereal sea? I mean, I guess you can sort of pull it up, or what? I should hope that Master Forshiro has more to share ere sending anyone stumbling into the ethereal sea. Oh, for again! Ah, whatever. I can talk to them before the dungeon anyways. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. So kind of like plasma in a way. Right? Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thomazine. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelberg's ever fainter echoes. The Itioscope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Itioscope. Starship also looks really cool from the bottom. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Itioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please, allow me. I've thought upon this much, and, in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? Of course, Cryle. I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. Oh, poor Justinian. Still has PTSD of Cryle hunting him down. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. Oh? I actually kind of suspected that the underworld would have been yet another place. But then again, maybe somehow it is? Maybe it's just a specific place in the ethereal sea as well? In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Oh boy, I have a distinct feeling that we are going to meet some very probably painful and distinct memories as well. But then, I truly wonder what the rate is going to be. I mean, I know it's not really important to the main story at this point, but is there literally like another place, maybe some sort of, I don't know, device-like thing that literally sort of separates souls from ether? I mean, that wouldn't make too much sense, right? But again, with this talk of the underworld, I wonder. And I mean, we've seen sort of the entrance to the raid area in the life letter, right? And that looked very different to what you would think that the ethereal sea would look like. Huh. Weird. The ITIA scope now accessible. Okay. I hope to guide you via link pearl while you're inside, but given the density of the ether, I'm not sure how long the connection will hold. Even if you can't hear me, however, be assured that I am watching over you. Once you are below, you should proceed through the altar scope to the central observatory. That is where the objective lens is located. We can manipulate it to direct an ethereal current deeper into the sea. Though I shall assist you in every way possible, this is your journey to make. When you are ready, I bid you step forth. Maybe our enemies are down there, but if we've beaten them once, we can beat them again. I'm more concerned about our meeting with Heidelin. We may find our truth. What if... No. I would rather not think on it. Let us move on. I wonder if Alice maybe thinks that Hydaelyn is responsible for the final days. We haven't always tried to do the right thing, but we have not always been kind nor merciful. We should not be surprised if some few harbored resentment for us as they passed on. We must face these truths and meet them as they come. Oh God. What are these enemies are going to be like down there? I don't understand why these facilities are so heavily guarded. If it fell into the wrong hands, the wisdom of Hydaelyn could be dangerous, 'tis true. However, that danger is not compared to what would result should the common folk en masse venture into the ethereal sea unprepared, which they most certainly would if they thought it would allow them to speak to the dead. Once that secret got out, no national argument could dissuade people from wanting to see their loved ones, no matter how ephemeral the meeting. I wonder why that might also be the reason why the ancients regarded death as sort of this almost sacred ritual of moving on. They definitely viewed it very differently, so maybe they didn't even though they knew about it, they didn't really have any kind of reason to talk to the deceased, right? Because they thought, or because they, in their way, probably would have thought that it was actually sort of, would have been bad behavior in a way, right? You wouldn't want to disturb their rest. I think that's how they would have thought about this. And then I guess after the Sundering, the knowledge about the Ethereal Sea was probably largely lost. And it was sort of regarded more as a spiritual thing, even though it's clearly a physical one. If some part of them remains in the Ethereal Sea, do you think... Oh, he's thinking of Menphilia, isn't he? Forgive me. That's not why we're here, and no matter what happens, she'll always be with us, with Reen most of all. She tells us to live for the here and now, to do what must be done, and we will. I cannot help but think of those who were transformed into beasts. Their ether dissolved into nothingness, their souls forever lost. Yet I dare say Van Daniel still wonders the Ethereal Sea, as do ancients who gave rise to Zodia, setting in motion so many cataclysmic events. If there is a justice or morality at work that governs our fates, I do not know it, nor do I think any man ever will. If Hydaelyn be unwilling or unable to divulge Meteion's location, I shall see our comrades delivered to the moon, one and all. I pray, however, that this eventuality does not come to pass. While even a sliver of hope remaineth, we must needs fight on. I've seen more than enough death in my time. Friends, enemies, far too many to count. Once revenge was all I lived for. All that hate, all that anger. What good did it do? None, that's what. Way I see it, there's no point living for the past. It's the present that needs protecting. Very true words indeed, Athenian. And now, the biggest question. Who do I take into this dungeon? So, in a way, I want to take Thancred. Because I think he deserves sort of to look at Menphilia's resting place, if you will. And I kind of want to take Ishtola, because through Matoya, I have a feeling she also has a very strong connection to the Ethereal Sea as well.
Victory will be ours!
And then maybe Elfino, because he's carrying his father's weapon. I feel kind of bad for Alice, but, with 3 DPS and 5 dungeons... Yeah. It's not so easy to decide, is it? Let's do this. Let's see where this dungeon leads us. The ITS scope. ATS scope? ITS scope? Hoo boy! Now we are truly moving towards the end. Oh, so they were literally able to build structures here, and they have some sort of shield as well, I suspect? Wow. I suppose that, you know, these shields that we see here are probably meant to hold, you know, any kind of unwanted ethereal currents at bay. Whew. Wow. What's this then? So I guess, while it's largely a place of sort of, I guess, most of this ether is either sort of in a fluid or gas state, almost. But then some of it is also crystallized.
All seems in order with the lens. And I trust you can hear me?
Yes, so far so good. Oh, whoops. Wow.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Okay. So these are literal ghosts of the past that probably have suffered at some point for some reason. And are now somehow seeking revenge. Or are just, you know, anguished to the point where they attack us that ventured here. We can't. Oh, this is roped off. I just saw that. So that seems like another sort of telescope thing, right? It's literally pointing down. That's why you can see the crystal structure on it, right? Because it's pointing down, looking at the crystal structure down there, I suppose. And these streams of crystals floating by are also, you know, ether that has somehow crystallized. It's also cool. It's exactly like the level 87 dungeon. It's a research facility, right? And I really, really like just seeing that. Alright, here's another one of these. Also pointing downwards, looking at the crystal structure. And then a couple more monitors as well. Probably looking at different structures, different ether, crystallized ether parts. This is quite the vast structure that they've built here, right? And then these, I guess, doors, they've probably specifically built in order to keep, you know, specific things at bay if there should come a point where maybe they're threatened for some reason. These are literally just ghosts now for the time being, though.
You're mine!
Wow, that was quite the haunting sound when they died. So many places for research, right? So many telescopes looking down, probably watching all kinds of different points that they wanted to take a closer look at. It's still kind of mind-blowing that we can literally just walk down here, right? But I guess it's so that you... Oh... Wow! That seems like the heart of this place. Though I think it's literally the planet's core? I don't really think it would be, right? I don't think that we're that far down currently. Sinking rivalry. Why does it look like it has, you know, these robot heads from the near raid? Did they just repurpose them, or is that some, you think that holds some other kind of meaning? It does seem rather interesting. That looked weird. It literally, like the one thing that had the two heads, they literally looked like the, what's its name, Emil? Heads from Nier Automata? Maybe slightly differently, but certainly almost like that. What's going on here? Oh, Ilbert! What are you doing here?
You're mine!
Sloppy! Oh, he's quite strong. Visceral hate. Whoa! Oh. In rush of a familiar wisdom, the memory of a principled scion takes form.
I will not hold back.
That was Papalimo's ether that helped us take down Ilbert. Wow. Wow. That was not even the first boss. So that was like Papalimos ether endured, and it almost looked like Tupsimati, didn't it? Which I guess also dissolved to ether when he tried to. Livia, the Undeterred. You cannot take this from me. Never will I surrender my devotion, my love. And here I thought we'd move past this. Livia as the first boss? Still thinking of guys, are you? But yeah, I mean, Tupsimati must have also dissolved into ether when Papalimo created the concealment for Shinryu, right? So I guess that's why his ether looked like that. Livia! Well, long time no see. You look very different from last we met. Frustration. It's not the tank buster, right? Alright, that was the right one. That's the tank buster. What does she looks like she has some sort of tentacle-like cannons on her. They are climb? Ooh, I see it. Shit. Alright. So far so good. Oh, whoops. That was 1 GCD too early. A glare shot? I have a feeling they'll come back, maybe. Yeah, they do. Well, at least this time around we don't have to grab the fucking mechanical magic arm thingies and load the cannons in order to defeat her. I also love how Ishtola's spell name is literally too long to be displayed properly on the party list. This once again is a very, very cool dungeon boss. That's the only gripe that I sort of have with the level 85 dungeon in particular, but also the 87 one a little bit, was that the boss designs and mechanic design wasn't, you know, as good as especially the 83 one. But this is incredible. May you be cleansed by the tide, my Lord Gaius.
Flow of ether.
Whoa.
It will guide you.
Whoa! I thought we were going to take the lift, but apparently not. Oh, that's only moving upwards. Well, that makes sense then. Aetheri's Earring of Casting. What is Aglaea? You cannot take this from me. Never will I surrender my devotion, my love. Incredible.
The ether is too dense. Oh, I'm losing you.
Uh-oh. Abyssal plane. So I guess these ether crystals all around us probably prevent Kral from contacting us then? Wow. This truly is something. And we always get reminded that, of course, it is in fact Thancred's turn.
You're mine!
Wow. So, one thing that I also love, there's yet another one that's helping us. In Rush of Familiar Affection, the memory of a valiant Archon takes form. Once again in the form of a weapon. Whose weapon is this? Saving a high... Wait, whose weapon was that? Ooh, one of the new materia. Interesting. Horsefin. Damage up, vulnerability down. Alright. Well, that's certainly something new. I'm still wondering, I should know what that other weapon was, right? I mean, Horsefant's weapon was pretty plain to see, but... the other one? The only part that's annoying about this, why do they always have to incorporate mobs that move towards a party member? That's always a bit annoying. If you have ranged party members, they don't always stand close to you.
You're mine!
second boss. Let's see who this is gonna be. Wow, the backdrop of this dungeon is also truly incredible, isn't it? And yeah, that was... I sort of lost my train of thought in there in between because of the specters that are aiding us, but... You know, when we saw the Mother Crystal and all in those cutscenes, like many, many long years ago... Well, in-game, technically, it actually has been years, has it? But... It's sort of weird to think about, right? Because usually a place like this in an RPG literally is just a weird sort of spirit plane that doesn't even really exist. And for a long time it felt exactly like that, right? It was just an RPG storytelling device to sort of, you know, get you into the flow of things, deliver exposition and, you know, that kind of thing. But it literally is a physical place that exists for a reason. And it's sort of the planet's core in a way. It's just... That is just mind-blowing to think about, right? That it actually sort of makes sense. Oh. He is back as well. Rittertin, the Unshakable. I think that's his name. Rittertin? As my life belonged to the Empire, in death I shall serve. Gaius no longer wishes this of you, Prefectus. Maybe another sound thumping will convince him to let go. Interesting. The enemy designs here are cool. Look at his shields. Tarian impacts, probably the AoE, yeah. I have a feeling he's going to do something with his shields. Okay. Whoa! What are we supposed to do? Ah. One of them gets destroyed, right? Wow, that's a cool mechanic. Especially since he literally changes the arena with that.
My turn.
Yeah, thank you. We know, thank you. Shrapnel shell. Okay. Whoa! Interesting. How would I have known where they all land? I guess it's in a specific pattern around their initial point? Oh, that's a bit annoying that's That looks so cool! And now you have to look for the crystal that gets... Oh! Now he combines that with this as well. So I guess it's the one at the back. I still haven't quite gotten in what direction those shells actually travel. I think it seems to be sort of in two directions, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Yeah, Thancred, thank you.
You cannot stop us.
Once again, let's see if I can figure it out now. I think they might be just targeting sort of that specific quadrant or something? But it is rather hard to see what specific area they target. I mean, if you stand quite far away from them, then you're fine. But still, I am wondering. I will fulfill my duty ere I rest. I must. You will fall to Tartarus, crumble before me. Lord Van Belza, again I fail you. You didn't fail him. That was but a shade. I'm sure the true Ritterton has moved on. Ritterton? I don't know how you pronounce his name. Ooh, Abyssal Plain. So... Whoa! Thought there was a teleport point, but apparently it's not. Etherostatic Peak. This looks a bit more ominous. Like dark crystals as well. The light, it's her. So I guess Heidelin senses us and leads us to her. So what are these sort of dark shades supposed to mean then? Is that the power that she's lost? Oh, what was that? Wait, what? What are those balls doing? Yeah, I wonder, is she sort of losing power? Or rather, is this being taken over by umbral ether somehow? Who's helping us now? I didn't see any kind of weapon. Should probably use the LB. Yes. Let's just LB. I don't know, you think there's maybe another sort of reason why she loses power as well? Or might that only be because of Zodiac? But then wouldn't she regain power now? Which it doesn't really look like would be the case, right? Yeah, I don't know. Is this really umbral ether in those dark crystals? It certainly looks like she doesn't have her full power and capacity here. I knew we would meet here. She always was our lodestar. Oh, was it Minfilia who's... So it's not Heidelin, it's Minfilia who's activating the path for us? God, this looks almost unbelievable to a point, right? Slowly the nervousness is sinking in again. You know, sort of looking forward, thinking about what might happen next.
You cannot stop us! You're mine!
Yeah, I don't know. And the crystals are breaking apart also. It's very hard to think about. Oh, now it's literally called Menphilia's spirit. Menphilia, I'm certain she knows. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the huge sort of balls that break apart the crystals are. Maybe sort of evil spirits or spirits that are malcontent with how Hydaelyn has treated them or something. And so they try to destroy things in here. Oh, whoopsie. Huh. That's the wrong thing. Wrong button. But yeah, it's...
My turn!
It's really hard to tell what it's supposed to represent. One last enemy before the final boss. I don't know why this area... Sinking regret. Like the crystals down there at the boss arena, they're even more different, right? They're gray. And then there are some... So I guess probably the dark blue crystals still have some energy left in them, I guess. And then the grey ones have almost completely lost their sort of purpose. Or their energy. Is it really losing energy though? Or is it just getting, I don't know, stagnant or not? Or that is in fact quite hard to tell what this means. Because the weird thing is also that Umbral obviously would be the chaotic. I mean, I guess that's what this is, right? This is sort of this is Umbral Ether here that stands in opposition to Menphilia's stasis. And these lightning bolts and all of that is sort of chaotic ether, Umbral aspected ether. You know, brought forth by restless souls, probably. I think I know that voice. This I did not expect either. Whoa!
Is as far as you go.
Amon.
Oblivion beckons!
What the fuck? The dungeon boss is Sundered Soul, Amon the Undying. What the... Alright. What? Holy shit! Once again blown away by this. I did not expect Amon to actually return. Wow. This is like with Anima, right? Everybody was speculating, oh sure, Anima's probably going to be the first trial or whatever, or maybe even the second one. Now Amon is the dungeon boss of the level 89 dungeon? Wow! I mean, think back to all of the other dungeons that we've done. Most dungeon bosses have never really been anything specific. Even in Shadowbringers, where most of them were Light Wardens, they were never really anyone in particular. And now suddenly we're fighting all these people that we know. Or at least they're Ether, I guess. Wow. This truly is something. Well then, Amon. Time for the last fight.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
Yeah, so for some reason he really likes Amon more. Huh.
You will persist in this folly no longer.
Was that sort of a double hitting tank buster? Did I see that correctly? Ooh, what's this? Oh. Huh. I accidentally stood on the right place.
The stage is set.
Stroke. Wow, these markers are also really, really cool. Just like with Anima, they're actually something special, right? What the fuck? What is that? Oh.
You cannot stop us.
Well, the others were not really bothered by the fact that they were very, very close to that particular AoE just now with the ring in the middle. Ooh.
I have you.
No, it's actually just one.
Rise for the main attraction.
Ooh, does he also have a different face? Curtain call? Looks like there might be another face as well. What's happening? Shiva? Whoa!
What's a boorish audience?
What the fuck? Shiva literally rescued us from his attacks! What the fuck is going on? Oh, right, oh, shit. So those things activate as soon as the, like, lightning thing travels to the edge. Okay. That I did not... That was literally... So, that was his attack that he does in Crystal Tower, right? Or at least something similar, where when you have to hide behind the ice blocks. And this time, he did not summon any ice blocks himself. Instead, Shiva came to our aid. What the fuck? Alright, I think we have to stay in front here. These also just, they look so cool! The way they're designed, right? And the way they rise up. Why is he always sitting on the same side, though?
My turn.
Wow! This is boss design. Holy shit! Oh, finally! You heard me complaining. I wonder if he does another attack or something. Or maybe not. I mean, it's still a dungeon boss, right? Sort of have to remember that.
You cannot stop us!
You're mine!
That looks very much like something Hades did as well. Wow. That curtain call thing with Shiva coming to our aid. Or I guess I thought.
Lies! All lies!
Incredible.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
What? Where the hell did he went off to? So he's not entirely gone, I suspect. What the hell just happened? Wow. Holy shit! Oh, I'm almost 90! Wow! Very, very close. Such was the strength of her faith in us. Isael, she's gone. Ra? Life is a struggle, but it's worth no lies. When things can be washed away, this is becoming tiresome, alright, because he just fucked off. Sense yet a presence. A stage is set. I wonder if we'll see him again. Or maybe it's just because we're in the ethereal sea and he can't truly be destroyed because his soul will always sort of persist. Weird, huh? I mean, somehow Fandaniel probably still has to play a role, somehow. But I wonder. So, I guess particularly malicious spirits sort of create these umbral crystal structures? Maybe? Whew. Do I want to leave the duty? I'm not sure if I'm ready for what comes next. But that curtain call with Shiva thing, wow. I was wondering what was going to happen. I thought for sure at first it was going to be a face change or something. Oh, never mind, he just comes back in the cutscene. Or not? What?
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Or is it truly over with him?
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Meteon? I mean, technically he's the Sunbird version, right? So I don't know.
How would you know that name?
So he does. Right, he doesn't even know. I mean, yeah. He was already dead, obviously. when we went back in time.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place.
As I said, that was truly our past. And was I don't know, is it called a loop? Like, the events happened back then, and we just sort of fulfilled something we were always meant to do. I just wonder, how did he retain his memories? I guess maybe either he found a way to restore them, or his memory altercation device was flawed, or they were restored because he returned to the ethereal sea.
In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream.
Or maybe they work like our dream of the final days, yeah.
Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true.
Right, they also restored them. I always forget that. So they basically restored the memories, at least certain memories, back to the Convocation members. Even to their sundered versions. But I guess the way they did that was probably through the crystals that we essentially received from Emet-Selch, correct? And I guess those crystals... Yeah, I wonder when those crystals were made. Maybe they did them specifically for... Because they didn't have one for Zem at first, though, right? I mean, Hethedeus or whoever, or maybe together with Emet-Selch, created one for Zem. Or maybe it was Venard, actually. But... they were essentially created probably during the final days or shortly before. But I wonder what they put in there, right? Did they literally put their entire memories in those crystals? Would that even have been possible?
They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos.
Yeah, but how?
Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul.
Oh. Does that mean what I think it means? So in a way, that machine not so much as erased the memories, it just maybe did what Monteshin was talking about, right? It literally just painted over them. Or moved them sort of further back into some sort of vault that the particular person wouldn't be able to access. Unless, you know, maybe for after a while or after, you know, very important memories or events, you would have maybe been able to grab them back.
Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis?
I do wonder that myself as well.
How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly.
That is even sadder when you think about it, right?
But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end.
To meet him?
I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death.
And it still doesn't mean that the life wasn't worth living for. It's still worth it, for a lot of reasons.
So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer. And I would end that suffering by my own hand.
You don't get to decide for other people, you maniac.
It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution. That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. As my
As you
search
should be.
reached its end. Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last.
What?
Still clinging to existence, I see.
What? The... what?
You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that the actual Asahi?
Is that
Asahi!
Or Asahi, whatever.
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Is he angry that his body was taken?
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages.
Yeah, fuck you.
If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos.
God! He's even more unbearing. He's dead.
I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I think I like this last answer. Because I understand his struggle. Obviously, that he acted upon it in such a, devastating way is not the correct course of action. But then again, he was missing help. He was missing somebody he could confide in. So, next time, we'll find the answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
And knowledge doesn't always mean that you understand, right?
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
At least we can agree on one thing. Huh. This is a truly interesting place.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
That's the trailer scene. Maybe I wish they wouldn't have put this in the trailer. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, that's the trial arena. Looks like a snowflake in a way. There you are.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
That is your true form? shit, she's hot. I mean, we knew that before. You look different. I mean, it's her primal form, I guess.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis.
Right, she wouldn't know.
And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come, yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
This is such a... holy shit. Like, just this... the way this place looks.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths.
So she literally just built the moon as a last resort then. I mean, it's very clever, right? It's what you would do if faced with this kind of threat. Obviously, you would plan for multiple outcomes.
The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem.
Which is also, interestingly enough, something that a lot of stories forget, right? A lot of stories that, especially the ones that always cite something like destiny and all that kind of stuff, seems like they never really think about what would happen if their chosen cause just... I mean, there is no inherent downside. I mean, obviously, maybe time or other reasons, right? But there's no inherent downside in having a plan B. And unfortunately, a lot of stories seem to forget that, or at least they don't address that, right? I mean, obviously, sometimes if, you know, something is very urgent, if, you know, life really is at stake and, you know, big threat is looming, then sometimes you just don't have the luxury to have a plan B. But it's really, really cool to see that here, right? She knew that there might have been a chance that they wouldn't be able to actually do something about the final days. So she planned for both outcomes. Maybe even because she specifically wanted to... I mean, she said as much, right? We are free to do as we choose, right? In this case, meaning we can decide whether or not we just want to fly away or confront Meteon.
Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute.
Whatever that means. I really like her design. Like this combination between sort of angel wings and... I don't know, she looks very... She doesn't look like an angel at all, right? She looks almost more demon-like in form, but pure white and with these flowing sort of cloth pieces. Not necessarily, you know, like a peaceful being, but in a way still, I don't know, it's just an incredible design.
Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught.
Well, yeah, that sounds like a problem, though.
Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
So that's... Is she going to test us?
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear.
Yeah, that is something that we need to be mindful of as well, right? Because at that place, I mean, think about how much she was able to accomplish basically from the edge of the universe, or wherever her domain is. How much desperation and fear she brought to Aetheris. Imagine us being there at the very heart of that emotion, where that particular energy would be strongest.
I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough.
Or maybe, I mean, the enchantment that we possess, the blessing of light that Venat gave us, or Heidelin gave us, how does it work exactly? Would it be strong enough for us to face Meteon, and could she now just give it to the other Scions as well?
But are we truly so powerless, that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child.
Oh?
Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Aetheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out.
Which also means that we would never stand, there's always a sort of chance that we would turn into a beast with Dynamis around.
Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light.
Like Thancred's Minfilia.
For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey.
Maybe even through the self-same energy that Meteon is trying to use against us. I
You have
wonder.
all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Apparently so.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
Aha! As I suspected.
Hark!
Is that her sword? Why does it have a name?
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble?
The music.
Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
So once again, we fight.
Ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
Trailer line.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day.
It's not our first time, is it?
Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing
God, the music.
for the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Heidelin.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
You will have it. The Mother Crystal. It's literally called the Mother Crystal. Holy shit. And it is what I thought it would be. During this quest, and when using the Trust System scenario mode, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of Scions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Additionally, you may now enter the Aetioscope of the AR. So it is what I thought it would be! That's interesting, because during that moment, when I saw it in the trailer, obviously at that point I didn't actually suspect it would have been Heidelin. because I was fairly convinced that Hydaelyn would not be our enemy. That would have been too easy. I knew that was a red herring. That, I was very, very sure of that. And then, you know, when I saw the design, the crystal things, and especially after Zodiac being the first trial, it was very apparent that this was going to be the second one. And yeah, I saw the boss arena, you know, on Twitch and like a thumbnail or somewhere, I don't know, and that sort of gave it away, right? Which is not a big deal at all, but again, coming back to the trust system, when I saw that in the trailer, it was very obvious. Oh god, this music! How can you make the song even better than it already was? Holy shit! Wait, what is my music setting at anyways? I know I always, like, put it down a little bit. Background music is at 50. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's still epic. My headset is loud either way, so... But yeah, when I saw it in the trailer, I literally thought, of course, we now have 7 trusts with us. So they specifically, especially after that Bosja instance, right? Especially after that, when we fought Varys in the instance as a party of trusts. So the normal mode didn't even exist. Only the extreme version existed, right? Which was, by the way, a far better fight than most people seem to think it is, but whatever. And I specifically said, when I saw the trailer, yes, we will have trust trials this time. And I was almost right, because for some reason Zodiac is not a trust trial, but this one is. I mean, in this case, for the story, obviously, it makes a lot of sense to do it this way. But then at the same time, it's also weird, because if you do it with trusts, then the level 83 trial, at least up until level 90, obviously I don't know about the last dungeon and the last trial, that, you know, I assume is also still coming. The level 83 thing will be the only thing that you actually do with players? That is quite an interesting decision, but again, you know, this is just way cooler to be able to do these with trust, especially after her addressing them specifically, talking about all the hardships everybody's been through, and, you know, challenging us to fight her, us as a group of Scions. I could literally just stand here for hours. The music, the design. I like her design so much. And by the way, that's you know, I mean, maybe it has a little bit to do that she's like a, you know, whatever. But her design, I already liked her sword design when I saw it for the first time in Elpis. God, this music is cool. It's such a cool remix of Answers. If strength is the courage to confront your failings and accept that you are worthy of another chance. Indeed it is. That is such a fundamental truth, right? Too many people confuse it with being able to just, you know, literally do it the first time. But that is what strength is. The courage to confront your failings, accept that you are worthy of another chance. To rise from the ashes, while the fire still burns, bloodied but unbowed. Then, my friends, have made me strong. What? Surprised to hear me and love mentioned in the same breath? I've not a heart of stone. Even in my darkest hour, there were people I cared for. Mentors, comrades. That mad woman who gave her life for us. Then you and Alfino threw my eyes off a bridge, and I've never known peace since. Never, in the past, present, or future, have I found only happiness. To live is to be ever beset by hardships great and small. Yet it is in this adversity we find the strength to strive for the next moment of peace. And the next. No matter what trials we face. By the strength have the will of gods been defied, and the fortunes of men been forever changed. May it be so again this day. Whew. Emmett Selk called us incomplete. Pitiful creatures, he said, and maybe we are. Pain, grief, fear. They walk with us wherever we go. But we prove to him that we deserve to live. And we'll prove it to Hydaelyn, Meteion. To the universe itself, if we must. They literally couldn't have made this a more perfect moment. What the fuck? Should we bring our singular talents to bear as one, even gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee, throw thyself not into peril, lest our curative resources be spent. From the ruins of a sunlit paradise did she rise, to grant the star new life. As its will, long has she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts to proof Hydaelyn's own faith. Pain and despair, we're old friends. I've lost count of the times I've cursed my own powerlessness. But it's the blessed moments in between that I choose to hold in my heart. Memories and possibilities. I fight to keep those things alive. In Filia and Dream, to say nothing of you lot I know, will never settle for less. All right. Hydaelyn? Friends. This shall decide the fate of our course for our universe. Let's freaking do this after I blow my nose. Okay. Let's do this. Come on. So who's doing what? I guess they dynamically change depending on the role that you have? Although in this case it works out, right? I wonder what they would do if you're a healer. I guess probably Urianger would change? Oh, wait. No. Oh, it literally says so, yeah. Urianger would be a possible DPS if you yourself are a healer. And obviously if you're a tank, then Graha is a DPS. That makes sense. The Mother Crystal. Let's do this. Heidelin. Bernard. We meet again. This time on a far grander scale as last time. I wonder, so this is literally probably going to be the same trial that you do in the Duty Finder, right? I mean, it's the same with the dungeons as well. Divine Light, Heidelin. God, I love her design. And also with her eyes, right?
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Guess the last primal is what she's referring to? Thancred, can you do a countdown? So the arena's round. Makes sense so far. Oh wait, what is this? Burning for battle. Sustaining most damage that would normally result in KO will instead ignite the will to live. Oh, alright, that's clever. Obviously, yeah, of course, because usually in a normal trial with those mechanics, you know, it's easy to die once. So they give you 2 chances to die, and you will, because obviously with trusts, you always have to start again if you are the one who dies. Okay. Friends. Scions. Heidelin. Let's do this. Shall we?
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Let's see if I can do this. Or if this is actually Hero's Radiance. That's probably the raid wide, I would say.
I have you.
It is.
Exchange of arms. May the test continue.
Okay, so she actually changes jobs as well. Dawn's Mantle.
We're near or far.
What? That is a double tank buster.
And now this.
I have absolutely no clue what just happened. Dawn Mantle.
Allow me.
Light unyielding.
Alright, so I would have died. Oh shit, this is gonna be harder than I thought it would be.
This will hurt.
Because it's very hard to actually discern what her attacks do. If you're the only person here. Ice.
By blade.
What? Why was I still doing that wrong? Wasn't I the line AoE? Maybe I was too close to her?
Where near or far.
Oh, I'm an idiot. You just have to stand inside a hitbox for that. Alright, well that's a weird marker for that. I mean, her buff sort of gives it away, right? So the dark thingy is, and then this is out, alright? Or not? Oh! No, that was a... Holy shit! Sorry, guys!
Crystals of light, to me!
Okay, so that's a plus. So she's doing the... Oh, that's her seal thing.
Here!
Do we just have to defeat all of them?
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
I don't think that I'll be able to do this the first time.
Hold still.
Alright, so this is the DPS check. And she's sort of one after the other eliminating her own ether crystals?
Follow your light. Or fly, my children.
God, the design of this fight is cool. Oh, Graha is doing the paladin wings. Wow.
Then you are resolved.
Something special for you.
But this test is far from over.
Of course, Alice is doing LB3s.
By crystal's light.
Allow me.
Dawn Mantle. So now she is once again channeling that. Let's see what it is this time. So it's wind.
Light unyielding.
Okay. So wind is an AoE on everybody, apparently.
Refulgence eternal.
What the hell is this? What?
Allow me.
Oh, alright.
You underestimate me.
Magus Radiance.
Make ready.
That was the right AoE, alright. Was the right thing to add them. Crystallize. The light of the crystal is empowering Heidelin. So I guess now she's doing the same attacks in like different formations. Alright, in.
Where near or far.
Alright, and out. Alright, that was not my fault. Somebody killed me there. Shit. Alright. Oh, and they give you one more stack with... alright, I see. They give you one more stack with each time you fail. That's fair.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Hold still. Ready.
Alright, now I should be able to do this. I mean, she's literally showing you everything at the beginning, right? I think.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Hold still. Hold still. Hold still.
Where near or far.
Okay. Did some of the...
Now this.
Some of them didn't run into the middle then, right? Okay, let's see what the next one is. Alright, wind is...
Light unyielding.
Together we shall overcome this.
Is out?
You underestimate me.
Wait, am I missing something there? I have a feeling I'm still missing something with her attacks.
Make ready.
By blade.
Oh, alright, yeah, that was... alright. Huh.
Try and stop me!
Be gone!
I think I was confused by one of the debuffs that she had for some reason.
You underestimate me!
Light unyielding.
Yeah, that's just out. So wind seems to be out, the darkness thing seems to be in, but it also depends on what kind of weapon she's using at that time, right? I have a feeling. So there's different, she has 3 kinds of weapons.
By blade.
Ooh.
I have you now. Crystals of light. To me.
Huh.
I have you now. Here. The song of creation's end.
What?
Feel. The sorrow of hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
Something special for you.
You underestimate
Follow
me.
your light.
Okay. Behind Braha again?
Or fly, my children, and never look back.
This in and of itself just looks so cool with the colors.
Then you are resolved.
Something special for you.
But this test is far from over.
And now time to finally understand what she's actually doing with her attacks. So she's in sword mode.
I will not hold back.
Sword wind is...
Light unyielding.
Oh, alright. That was out as well. So somehow sword wind is out.
Refulgence eternal.
And now this is just at the end exploding, right? Yeah. That's fairly straightforward. I think that's the right way. Now she's got a staff. Alright. So she is doing the staff darkness thing that's in and then out. Orionje, what the hell was that? Can you please tell me what you just did there?
Take ready. We're high or low.
Ooh. And they also come back? Subparhelium. Whoa. Wait. Okay, yeah, I understand. Fair enough.
There.
I wonder what these mechanics are gonna be like in Extreme. This looks cool as fuck. So this is the cross again? Cross and then a stack. For some reason, okay. Interesting.
You underestimate me!
Hero Sundering. Oh, that's the tank buster. This is...
Succumb not to fear! I have you now.
It is not so easy to discern what her attacks actually do most of the time, to be quite honest.
You underestimate me.
Light wave. Ooh. Oh, alright. Fair enough. Almost ran too far away. And now these literally travel across the arena? Okay. This is incredible the way this looks. Holy frickin' fuck.
Light unyielding.
Wasn't she also doing something else there? Or maybe she didn't power up before this time.
Away with you.
Light wave. This arena design is nuts. Echoes. Once again with the light waves as well. Let's just go where the others are going. Don't want to stand there all on my own in some corner. Whew. Now she's empowered once again. I'm still not quite sure how this dawn thingy works. So now it's in again and then out. Can you please stop killing me, Orionje? What the hell are you doing? Every freaking time.
Something special for you.
Alright, so that's sort of her last phase then, apparently. I still haven't quite understood how her other attacks work. I mean, I will in due time, of course, but, you know.
I will not hold back.
I think the reason why is just because I think there are actually way more... It seems like there are way more combinations than there actually are, right? That's, I think, why you can sort of get a bit confused as to what is happening.
Something special for you. Try and stop me.
Yeah.
Hold still.
I mean, this last phase is... Well, I wouldn't necessarily say straightforward, but it's certainly...
Hold still.
Easier because it's easier to see what is actually happening.
Together we shall overcome.
You underestimate me.
Through the gate. Oh, that's why, because I leveled Summoner to max level. Well, it took 2 tries. Technically, I died 3 times. That's alright. I think I made it a bit harder on myself than it actually was.
Man has the strength to.
So that's what she was waiting for literally all this time, I guess. And now I can actually summon Ifrit Titan and Garuda for real. Wait, what is in Kindle 2? Poor Eidolon. Looks incredible. So it ends, all in a day's work. Never thought we'd end up fighting Eidolon and would appear to have proven equal to a trust. Hope that'll suffice. Battle that will go down in history, were there anyone to tell the tale. Eidolon, huh? Wow! It's so cool though that you can do this with trust. I mean, it's kind of a shame that the first time you go through these trials, you're not there with other players. Because in a way, that's also a very cool thing, right? Discovering these things with other players together, you know, writing into the chat and all that kind of stuff. There is a lot to be said about that as well. It's a very, very cool experience. But this, just equally cool, especially in this case, where she specifically addresses everybody of the Scions and challenges us as a group, and then we're actually able to fight as a group. It's also so cool, like, that I would literally hit level 90 with this trial? How cool is that? I mean, I know there's... Although, then again, do I know that? Are there going to be other level 89 quests? I mean, I suspect that there are going to be some other level 89 quests, because... Well, the only 89 quests that we've done so far is the one with the dungeon, right? Isn't that still the same quest we're on? Yeah, I think so, right? I think we're still on the first level 89 quest. Ooh, I have a ton of Spirit Bond. Amon the Undying. I got the card for the dungeon. That's also interesting. New materia, new things. Yeah, I'll sort all of this out somewhere. Oh, and I got the Heidelin card as well. Nice. So this is Amon. A fragment of the master technologist Amon's spirit sunk deep within the ethereal sea. The soul was originally that of Hermes before it was sundered by Heidelin and reborn countless times over the ages. Yet this lingering shard is no longer him, or even Fandaniel, but belongs wholly and utterly to Amon. Wow, her card looks cool! Heidelin. This ancient primal was created under the leadership of Venard to curb the towering might of Zodiac. Summoned with a lesser sacrifice of souls, Heidelin chose to unleash a blow which sundered not only Zodiac but the star itself, a desperate act which allowed her to imprison his shattered essence upon the moon. In appearance, she closely resembles Venard, who gave herself to serve as the primal's heart. And technically still is, right? Because Hydaelyn never, well, died, or... I mean, she was defeated now, but, you know, that's about it. Alright, let's extract the materia. Even though it's only like 7 and 8 materia. I'm so glad that I actually went ahead and cleared out my whole inventory before this started. It's just so much more, it's just a lot better if you can just do everything without having to care about your inventory overflowing with annoying stuff, right? Alright, Hydaelyn. Was a fun fight indeed. Alright, I wanted to check what the Enkindle 2 thing is. Oh, whatever. I can do that later. I want to see how this continues. Like, the fight design was really, really cool. Just the... overall, the aesthetic of it is... Oh, there it is. Wait, don't go.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment.
Okay.
It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis.
That is exactly one thing that I was asking myself. Why?
Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair.
Yeah, I guess that way we would learn to actually live with it, right? Guess that was her goal.
You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. To deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time.
Was it though? I mean, wasn't he still shielding us?
And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations. Surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, There is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse.
There is indeed, which is why I was wondering whether or not we would be even capable to do so. And I mean, I guess that means that the last zone will literally be the edge of the universe? Is that really going to be the last zone?
And unlike Meteon, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Wouldn't it still take sort of years to get there? Or is there another way?
To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Oh?
Of course.
Yes, my child.
That theme.
Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized.
So we're literally taking the mother crystal to travel to a distant star.
They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature.
Now we're literally taking the mother crystal to travel to the edge of the universe. It's so crazy.
Mother crystal, our final hope.
Think about, like, you visit this place. In the very first, or is it the second, I don't know, cutscene that the game gives you.
Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen.
But does she truly leave us? I want her to stay. I want to talk to her more. I want...
Now, heed these words.
To see her again.
Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, she knew that eventually we would come, right? Of course, she had to prepare, but she knew that we would be... Well... Music.
Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes?
Is this what I think it is?
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely.
Wow. What will we do with that?
As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer.
Okay.
With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Vinod.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
So hopefully Vinod can finally rest and hope that we might overcome this challenge. I wonder what that power of hers will do, or how it might help us. What is that Kindle trade? Oh, Never mind, that's just the actual upgrade thing. I also wanted to take a look at this, because I didn't read it. Deep in the heart of Labyrinthos lies its secret among secrets, the device through which the Sharlaeans have peered into the ethereal sea to learn Hydaelyn's secrets. With their bargain with the Forum fulfilled, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are poised to journey to the Aether Scope and beyond to beg her aid, but no depths are without their darkness. And then the Mother Crystal. Goddess of light, will of the star, Hydaelyn. From the far reaches of the ethereal sea has she ever called to you, and at last you meet face to face. Though the Scions would traverse the great expanse in search of Meteion to forestall the final days, you must first rise to meet her challenge and prove yourselves equal to the task. I mean, I guess, in a way, us defeating her maybe was also like a means for her to actually give us her power. Maybe that enabled her to sort of free herself from her primal form and finally return to the ethereal sea, right? Herself. I'd imagine that in some way that was the case as well. Wow. Yeah. Now, we'll take the spaceship to travel literally to the edge of the universe and beyond to find Meteion and to be hope for this universe. Well, it's time for a small break, I think. It's going to be a couple minutes, but be right back. And then I guess we'll take the journey. And we'll see what lies beyond the stars. Be right back. Okay. Whew. I think that, just taking a break in between, sometimes you just need to do that. And then this, if you can, if you can combine it with going to the toilet, that's even better. But, yeah. Sometimes you just need a small break after big moments like that. And again, well, I guess in Shadowbringers, the 879 Innocence instance was also incredible. Like, everything that you found out after Graha revealing himself and then going to the Tempest, it was also quite the experience. But now, it just... The thing is... I mean, I don't know, right? Because one thing that we've always known from the very beginning that Endwalker had been announced was that this was, and even before really, if you think back to the line in the 5.3 trailer where it says the final tale of the star, we knew that this was going to conclude the Hydaelyn Zodiac storyline. And in a way, now, when you really think about it, what kind of other trials really are there? Except Zodiac and Hydaelyn. It just makes sense, in a way, right? I mean, that's certainly the best way to wrap this up. Then again, it's also a thing with, like, they're really, really good at sort of playing with you, right? Because they subvert your expectations just the right amount of times, so that you can never really be quite sure if they're actually going to do what seems sort of logical, and, in a way, again, making these trials Hydaelyn and Zodiac is the best way to, sort of handle this thing, because it also lives up to the expectations that you have towards these two, eldest and most powerful of primals, but it sort of shows the respect that they deserve towards these arcane entities that have been with us for so long, right? But again, you would never be quite sure, right? Because sometimes they have done things completely differently in another way that you never expected. But yeah, being at this point in time, in a way, I should have expected to be here, right? I mean, not specifically here, but I guess what I'm saying is, at this point in the story, we've practically already almost wrapped everything up, right? Everybody was there to help us. Not everything, let me get to that, but everybody was already there to help us, right? All of the people from all over the land came to our aid in this course. Our friends and scions are with us, and Hydaelyn and Zodiac are no more. And we also know what we're fighting against. But then at the same time, look back at the Tempest, for example, and what kind of insanely huge revelation there still was waiting for us in Shadowbringers. That's why this feels almost unreal, right? Because, again, this feels like now will be sort of our, I guess, victory road almost. Right, the last zone of this expansion, everything has been essentially wrapped up, and now we are going towards the final enemy that we need to face in order to bring peace, hope, light to the whole universe, right? But, well, first of all, Xenos is still unaccounted for. Xenos is still a force where we don't know what his purpose will be. He might not even appear. Maybe Xenos is actually a character that will continue to be there. And I don't know, right? Could be. Nobody ever said that we would wrap up Xenos' story. We just assumed that he wanted to feed upon Hydaelyn and Zodiac, which, interestingly enough, he also didn't really care for Hydaelyn all that much, apparently. Because otherwise he would have been here, right? And then, yeah, so that's one variable we still don't really know. And then, I don't know. Is there truly going to be nothing else except us fighting Meteon now? Or is there going to be more? Or is the last zone going to be sort of a, I guess, deeper philosophical journey through despair and what hope and light can mean and the meaning of life and all these questions that have sort of followed us through through this expansion so far. I really wonder, right? It's just so incredibly hard to tell where this is going to go. And while I had an inkling that the second trial was Hydaelyn, you know, in a way, sort of spoiled myself because I knew the arena design, and I mean, in a way, it was obvious. The first trial being Zodiac was a far bigger surprise. But again, I'm not mad about it in any way. This was brilliant. Not only was the design of the Hydaelyn fight incredible, the fact that you got to do it with trust is cool. Her design is incredible. And everything pretty much sort of resolved itself towards this final journey that we're now undertaking. But again, having said that, it's not over. There's still a lot left. And this is gonna be... Whew, yeah, I don't know. I really honestly don't know. I have absolutely no idea what I should expect beyond the fact that probably at the end there will be some kind of being born out of Meteon Interstitius. I always call him Meteon. It's Meteon. Meteon Interstitius. So... Huh. And living ways here too. Did you meet Hydaelyn? Pray tell, how is she? That's the only thing that I'm really sad about, right? Is that Renard is no more, apparently. That her ether has now dissipated. Thank goodness. I never would have forgiven myself had any of you come to harm. She's given us all she can. We must share what we know with Father and the Loporits at once. Let it not go to waste. She and Hydaelyn were two of a kind, weren't they? Full of love for the star and its people. Always holding to hope for our future. I will keep Hydaelyn's words in my heart, as talisman and lodestone both. Far be it from me to refute Hydaelyn's own words, yet even if her actions were neither kind nor just, we can yet give them a nobler meaning. We can make her faith the salvation of mankind. If Dynamis is ruled by emotion, perhaps prayer has more tangible results than I suspected, albeit ones that are not always obvious to us. In which case we may hope that Hydaelyn's wishes continue to move the hearts of men as they set forth time and time again. 'Tis fortunate that Fortuno hath kept Livingway apprised of our progress. We require the Loporits' aid more than ever. A bit small for a welcoming party, but I've never been one for crowds. What did you expect? We already met everyone at the harbor. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Hydaelyn is... No. There's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. We'll find Meteon, if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. Walk free to the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, but that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and Charlian's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus. But I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it, even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause.
With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day. Good gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? We shall. There we are. Back in Charlian. Soon to be traveling to the final zone. No more side quest time, it seems. I mean, we have to succeed, right? Otherwise the star will fall. And we're literally robbing the people of their means of escape. I don't know. I still can't really believe the course we're on, right? Still don't entirely know what to make of it. Still don't know if this is what I expected or... I mean, it certainly isn't, obviously, but, you know... I love that we currently have the night theme, just so fitting. I mean, it's slowly, sun's slowly rising, but Oh. Huh. Zeppler is here. What are you doing there? I'm just soaking in everything. And now, the final rest before we set out to the stars. Aha! I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. How about it just helping me? Her children want it all. Whew, this is such a great journey. What's that sound? At least we're sleeping not on our back, like every other time.
There you are.
What is happening?
Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
I don't think that was a dream, but was Labyrinthos talking to us through the ethereal sea? What? What was that about? And why did it look so watery? What? Interesting. What are we supposed to make of that? A great many of the helping hands that delivered the adamantite are still here in Sharlayan, and I for one couldn't be happier. Between the ether burner to be refurbished, supplies to be transported, and meals to be prepared, we need all the assistance we can get. Even Lord Emmanuel... How do you pronounce his name? Emmanuel has been doing his part, albeit at a snail's pace. Still, it's the thought that counts, but a bit more effort wouldn't go amiss. A bold decision. I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortuno's arrived not long ago with a message. The Labyrinthos have determined Meteon's location. I've been asked to gather at the rostra. I'll meet you there, along with the others. It's actually really perfect now with the... You know, the sun was just rising, I went to bed, and now, you know, it's morning. Pretty perfect, pretty perfect timing, I think. There is quite a lot going on here, right? I really do like that. Ooh, the triple triad that... I was wondering who they were playing there, but apparently now they're available. So of course, we'll have to do that before continuing. But still, it does feel almost unreal, doesn't it? To be so close to Journey's End, and... I don't know. Maybe it's just this weird feeling that you always get when you're so close to the end, right? You kind of don't want it to end. You just want it to continue. Cheating. Why would... Seriously? I have to play cheating way in Triple Triad? Sure. Okay. But yeah, I don't know, maybe it's that feeling, right, of knowing that it's gonna end, but you don't really want it to end. Hey, cheating way. Aha, I see. I'm here watching people to learn about all the naughty things they do. Not because I want to do those things myself, of course. Perish their thought, so I can, properly rebuke others when they do something naughty. Of course. Care to engage me in a spot of Triple Triad? I'm quite good, you know. 2 cards. Swap plus 3 open. Alright, well, at least it's not chaos. Oh, you can get the Labyrinth and the Argos cards from him or her. Interesting. Yeah, of course. Oh. 9, seriously? Oh, that was really dumb. Whoopsie. Let's do that again, shall we? Shadowbringers is told, Die Bloss. There's the first one. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna play another round. The Argos card. A familiar crafted by Venard the Ancient. And I wonder if this is actually the mount from the trial. Because I saw a person sitting on it. And usually, although was that the case in... Wait, did we get a mount at Shadowbringers through the main story? I actually think we didn't. Or did we? I wonder if Argos is the mount you get from a Heidelin trial. But then, what? You get like a different looking dog from Zodiac? A familiar crafted by Venard the Ancient. At first blush, it appears to be a canine covered in flaxen fur, but in reality it is an entity composed almost exclusively of pure ether. Following the Sundering, this creature has been employed to assist those who oversee the moon. Still haven't unlocked this. This is Cheating Way. This is the dungeon. Another dungeon. I haven't unlocked these either. Interesting. This thing you can buy in Elpis. Or maybe through buy-collect gemstones? And then there's yet another one. So I'm missing 16 cards. 5 of them are here, so I'm missing 11 currently from the expansion. Alright. Cause. Cheating way cheating. That was close. I already have that. Give me the other one. Seriously? Well, that's unfortunate. Let's do this then. Nice. Well, that was fast. Loperit. A race of creatures resembling rabbits and living in Mare Lamentorum. In truth, they are arcane entities assigned by Hydaelyn to crew the star's great ark, the Moon. For centuries have they labored in secret, exchanging clandestine communications with the Sharlians and patiently preparing for the coming of the final days. Well then, that was easier than I thought. Especially playing against someone called Cheating Way. Although with the swap rule they took my strongest card like twice in a row. So I guess it checks out. I wonder if there's going to be any other preparations or if this is literally going to be it. Are there actually 99 seats? I mean, I suspect there are. Does seem to make sense. How did you sleep? Well, I should hope. It's likely the last opportunity we will have to take a proper rest for quite some time. You think? Isn't the journey to our destination going to take quite a while? I probably could have done with a few more wings myself. Ugh. What did you do, Graha? The thought of what's to come was keeping me awake. Aww. You see, so I thought to do a bit of research, hoping I might eventually feel weary enough to doze off. But before I realized it, it was already morning. No need to scold me. I already regret it, and will probably only feel that regret more keenly as the day wears on. Since the final days first manifested, we've been tested as never before, even more so in your case. Nevertheless, our work is far from over. We cannot afford to falter now, not when the end is in sight. I fear recent travails within Labyrinthos and the Ethereal Sea have taken their toll on my mind, for last night I received a visitor in my dreams. Brida? What? That can't be a coincidence, can it? Maybe now we have some, I guess, stronger connection to the Ethereal Sea? A vision, not of the woman she was, nay, the woman she would have become. Oh, or maybe it's not the same. Huh. Hydaelyn, the heart of the star is gone, and yet on the morrow the sun will rise and life will go on. When I look upon Sharlayan and its idyllic surrounds, there are moments when her absence feels unreal, as do the final days. Would that it were so. I actually feel quite the same, Ishtolda. Not feeling any ill effects from the Itoscope, are you? After playing test subject for those new Aetherites, even the mention of Aether sickness makes me feel a little queasy. While the Forum is not here in its entirety to brood and glare at us, Master Varnir's presence alone is enough to put me on edge. Before coming, I thought to inquire after our comrades abroad. It seems that the effects of the final days have been observed further and further north of Garlemald. For a blessing, those regions are largely uninhabited, but in any event, we mustn't misinterpret this as a geographical spread. There is no telling where in the world the phenomenon will strike next, unfortunately. God, I can hardly believe the Loporrites managed to find Meteon out there, hidden among the stars. The sheer distances involved are mind-boggling. Yeah, I still don't quite get how we're able to actually travel there. Especially with the vessel that seemed to be built to transport things to the moon. If you would know the reason for his assembly, you better ask Master Lavalier. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Labyrinthos have deduced the whereabouts of Meteion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. I wonder what's... the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Is that the name of the zone? Ultima Thule? Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyperhopper into your ether burner... You have a hyperhopper? That thing is literally called a hyperhopper? What a brilliant name. We should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Labyrinth's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed of the strength to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of the star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Labyrinthos, too, willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Etheirys and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise when you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Meteion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Etheirys until you brought us here, Urianger. And now we are enamored with the place. So what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this?
We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, Hyperhopper. That name. The Loporrids will coordinate with the Ilsabot contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray, take your ease. Oh, so we actually have a bit more breathing room, apparently? 'Twould seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare. Shall we? There is much to be done before the Ark can be made ready for your voyage. Would that ever could be afforded time to speak with Alphino and Alice. Alas, I can but pray they find a moment of quiet calm before the journey to come. As you can imagine, not all Forum members were willing to endorse this plan. Through no fault of yours, of course. Given what is at stake, it is only natural that opinions are divided. That said, the final decision was reached with an overwhelming majority, much to my surprise. Huh. I actually would have liked to be there for the debater. No need to worry about lending a hand with Hyperhopper. We already have more than enough help, so go and relax while you still can. Well then. There aren't any side quests, interestingly enough. They bid us rest, but I'd much rather find something productive to do. I suppose now is a good time as any to hone my lance. Not that I've ever found it to be dull. Still, it eases my mind on the eve of battle. Perhaps now I can finish that book I was reading. What? Oh, pay me no mind. I'm sure you have better things to do with the time afforded. A rare opportunity to rest. I say we make the most of it. The Forum has placed the fate of mankind in our hands. We must not betray their faith. I should very much like to speak with the Loporrids once their work is complete. 'Tis plain Hydaelyn has entrusted them with a great deal of knowledge, and I suspect there is more they could teach us. Yeah, we should probably write that knowledge down somewhere. I wasn't expecting to have time on our hands. What should we do? In all honesty, I didn't think the Forum would approve this measure, and certainly not by such a large margin. I dare say, though, that Master Fortuno's impassioned recounting of your audience with Hydaelyn helped sway the vote. He has a way with words, after all. Where did you think Alphino got it from? Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteion as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tartaru.
If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded.
That must be quite the daunting outlook, right? Not only for Kryl and Tataru, but I mean for everyone really that knows anyone of this group. You know, the fact that we literally travel to the edge of all creation, as they call it, to the edge of the universe, without, you know, any communication way, probably, and maybe never coming back. Not to mention that us not coming back pretty much means that the star would be doomed, right?
The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return.
I mean, if you say so, then yes, we'll do it.
Actually, could I borrow you for a moment?
Oh, is this where we get our artifact gear? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. The two of you have finished. Meet us back at the Baldestian Annex, alright?
Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you.
Yeah, I suspect this is going to be our artifact gear, isn't it? Ooh, it's getting cold again. She's there somewhere? It's really quite a lot going on, isn't there? It's really, really cool. I hope this place gets, or rather stays populated.
Welcome to Tataru Taro's boutique.
What?
I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Tefnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Sharlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought.
So there literally is going to be a shop run by Tataru where we get our artifact gear? That is cool.
Varsarut, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shops shortly. Which is why I brought you here to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer?
Sure. Following event cannot be skipped? Okay. Are we trying on our clothes, like right away? Or what is this going to be? Or I guess people are just going to approach us while we wait? Ah, I did not expect to find you here. Ah. I imagine Nidhana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. The simulacrum, too, will stay in Sharlayan, while I oversee matters in Ratzatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in the distant land. Ashan, I was hoping you'd stop by. Can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose, and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Ratzatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Tefnarian craftsmanship. The resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. Can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray your every success in your endeavors, Mr. Stataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. That is still something that's, first of all, pretty mind-blowing to me, but second of all, I don't know whether or not that's really true, right? I mean, I have a feeling that somehow there might still be life somewhere else. I mean, Meteon essentially was still created by Hermes, right? So, by no means was Meteon or her sisters any perfect way to determine, you know, what's actually living out there in the universe. Right? I mean, Hermes might have made a mistake, or, again, as I think Emmett Selk was the one who said it, right? That the question was posed wrong. That it was not the correct question to ask Meteon anyway. So I have a feeling that there actually might be other life out there. Maybe Meteon was specifically just looking for the places where people had even tried to answer that question and failed. But there might exist other places where that question just never came up so far. Or they, in fact, I don't know, maybe did answer it and therefore now don't have to ask it anymore in the first place? For example? In the boundless dark, the lightning of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey unto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail, and restore peace and tranquility to this star.
Let's keep this on a positive note, shall we? I should like to visit Ratzatan again when this is all over, as we should be honored to receive you. There is still much of Ratzatan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. I actually wonder what these answers will be used for. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Who is this now? Aww. What are you doing here? Oh boy, whatever are you doing here? New boutique, you say? I have been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. The young Lord Fortin insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toil, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sickard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead of for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work. Without Honrid here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. Have you tried Archon loaf? You can find it in all the shops. Archon loaf? It sounds sophisticated, like me. I thank you for the suggestion. Oh God, now I feel bad. With a full belly, I dare say I can endure this purgatory, if only a while longer. Ta-ta, old boy. Poor boy. But you know, stop complaining. I mean, it's completely fine not to like the tasks given, but stop complaining about it. Well. Is it you, Tataru, I spy? Oh, Hancock. What do you want? Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straight west to Kagana once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is naught more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bukhara Inn. I would like to attend that. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenar Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill.
Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a man of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Labyrinthos have to offer. I want to attend that party. Let me go to that party. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. Yeah, I want to go there. Please, invite me. Or tell me where it is and when. Finally, something to look forward to here. Because I can actually imagine that the East Aldenard Trading Company, you know, if they spent money on that, on a party like that, will probably be phenomenal. I wish they would be a bit faster in, I don't know, loading in the people you're talking to. It's a lot of waiting in between. Ah, decided to spend your time in the markets, did you? Oh, Biggs and Wedge. Tataru. Biggs, Wedge. I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace. Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Sharlayan and Ratsatan has been a rewarding experience. That's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loperids. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. That I can't really imagine. Can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Sharlayan. Alpha. I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. Yeah, I mean, I saw him when everybody was, you know, in the port. That was really sweet. He was always one to turn up in time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Sharlayan. Good thing, too, I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though, to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Ha! There's that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend. That we do. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies together before we return. Wedge was embarrassed at Tataru bringing him... Aww. Tell her how you feel. Poor Wedge. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Oh, is that the girl from who was in the cafe in Ratsatan? Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Vasarud from Palakastand. Wait, or maybe she's not? Haven't we met before? Wait, or is that like her twin sister or something?
Yes, it was you who helped us at Perusha, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Aww. Poor Tataru, always left behind to worry about us. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned we can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Huh. That's very sweet. Don't forget to pick up your clothes from Wasserud before you leave. They were expertly tailored just for you. In addition to our new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please, feel free to browse our stock. You may now obtain job-specific gear from Wasserud. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however, all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Wait, what? Upon reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quests associated with said job. Oh, right, so that's how they're gonna do that. Wait, so the job gear isn't actually level 89, you can just equip it on level 89. Wow, that's cool. That's really, really cool. So it will still have actually level 90 stats now, since I'm already level 90. And then, obviously they would have to give you an incentive to actually do the role quests. So you can only dye them once you've done the role quests. That's very cool. That's a very, very cool way to do this. Wait. Oh. Huh. Interesting. I didn't even notice that before. I never looked at at what these things were saying. But of course, with the stat squish, they also lowered the they lowered the amount of stats that each materia gives you. Interesting. Huh.
So now 7 materia only gives you +8? That sounds rather weak, to be quite honest. And then the new, so I guess the new materia is 9, 10, right? And this is 9, it gives you 12. The 8 materia gives you 24. So the 10 materia will then give you, what, 40? Magical range DPS. Wait a second. What? This is different to before, right? I think in Shadowbringers you had to... Or can you actually... Wait. Oh! You can literally get all the gear. Wow. So they give you all gear right away. Well, that's neat, isn't it? Trailer gear. Okay. It's a bit weird that you actually have a tail as a Dark Knight, but alright. Ooh, this. Holy shit. This is sort of a Garlean design, almost similar to Quintus's coat, right? Wow. That looks cool. Yeah, so they literally give you everything right from the start. That is certainly a new thing. White Mage. Looks a lot better than the ones that came before, I think. Especially if you can dye it. Wow! Holy shit! I definitely need to get Scholar specific glamour. Finally. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll actually... Maybe I'll put what I'm currently wearing on Summon on Glamour Plate 1 and actually delete my old Glamour. Because I do like this way more, and... Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Because the Scholar, I really want to have some cool Scholar glamour, and this just looks, holy fuck. I'm not always the biggest fan of all the skin that you can see. This looks alright, but a bit too tame for my taste. I don't know why they... What the hell? So the role quests are divided, but physical DPS are still under one category, even though there are a million of them now? That's a bit weird. Ooh. That looks really, really good as well. The new job gear is probably, I would say, overall the best one we've had so far. My opinion. This as well. Holy, they're so ornamental, right? They have a lot of stuff going on. Wow. Wait, this is Bard? Cool. Sheenist. They look so good. Now we need more glamour plates, for fuck's sake. This is what... Is this a new summoner gear? No, it's a black mage. I was gonna say. Looks really good. Summoner gear... I don't know. You know, summoner is really my favorite job. And has always been, but... I don't know, the gear for it... sadly never really fits my tastes. I don't know. And this is red mage, okay. Wait, what was the other red gear that I saw? For some reason I thought that it was red mage, but obviously it couldn't be. Oh, that's the samurai gear. Whoa. Very impressive. Ooh, it's an interesting book design. So you can get these things back though, right? Oh yeah, it says owned. So it works exactly like Grenold? Was he called Grenold? He's not called Geralt, right? He's called like Grenold or something on the first. Yeah, that worked very similar to this. So I guess it's time to change my gear then, huh? I mean, I have more than enough room in my arsenal, and I also... well, the thing is... I don't know about the leveling gear, right? In a way, I want to keep it. Because it's... I mean, it... it definitely makes leveling easier, right? Though, at the same time... The thing is, the problem is when you keep the leveling gear, and you level through the dungeons, you aren't able to desynth the gear. So you lose quite a bit. In terms of possible items and desynth levels and that kind of thing. Because you can't acquire it once it's in your arsenal, right? I'm really not sure. I mean, in terms of accessories and that kind of stuff, I suspect there's still gonna be... Well, the last dungeon probably gives right side accessories, right? I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with all of these things. That's really, really difficult to decide, right? Because, yeah, I mean, desynthing everything, is probably pretty valuable overall. Especially in the beginning. I mean, not that I necessarily need the money, it's just... It's so much waste if you don't do it that way. For the first 3 dungeons, it doesn't really matter either way. I could just equip these things though, right? Because it'll be quite some time since I gain other things of this caliber. I don't know, but again, if I put this into my arsenal now, the problem is that I'll probably forget about it, and then I'll run the level 8 to 9 dungeon again. This thing drops, and you aren't able to get it. That would be very unfortunate, right? So... Either way, well, the problem is that I still need it, right? Because the accessories I'd only be able to get through the extreme trial anyway. And I need to have gear for that. I don't know. This is always really difficult to decide, but then again, I don't really know when I would even level other jobs, right? So... I don't know. I mean, well... How much stuff do I have anyway? I have... a 536 earring. That's almost the same as what I already have. I mean, it's like 2 stat points more per stat. Well, no, technically it's not, because my current one has materia on it still. So this is not worth it. And then I have... Oh, I have these earrings. How much better are they? 3 stat points. Well, 7 main stat. It's hard to tell, right? I think I'm not going to go for the dungeon gear. Only the dungeon gear from the expert roulette, I think. Yeah. Let's put this into my armory chest for now. Like this. Let's put it on as well. Ooh, right, now I'm not using the relic anymore. And what kind of materia do I have here? Do I want to keep this? Do I want to use it right now? Let's actually put the new materia down here. Yeah, I'm not going to use it right now. And I'll probably de-synth all of the dungeon gear. It's just really... It's probably really worth it to sell it, right? Looks... I mean, it doesn't look bad. It certainly doesn't. The new summoner dong is... Maybe I'll exchange my summoner dong once I've done everything. Shoes are also pretty cool, I think. I mean, it's definitely... I would say... It's probably the best summoner job gear. But it's still not really, you know, to my tastes, I feel like. Just not really me. 547, huh? Cool, cool. I mean, I need to sort my inventory anyways. I was gonna do... Oh, right. I wanted to go back here. These are the Boston things, right? Yeah. And I wanted to dispel the glamour on the relic. Completely forgot what it looked like. Yeah. Not really good, right? Think about it. This is the final stage of the fucking Shadowbringer's relic for Summoner. I mean, I know the intermittent stages look better, but it's quite unfortunate, isn't it? It's a bit sad, really. Alright. I don't think there's much more that really warrants doing here. Friends gathered. I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldessian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I'd suggest speaking with Kryle first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. Do I want to look at the market board, by the way? Maybe sell some of the stuff? I don't know. I mean, I could desynth it, right? And then sell... Just sell a lot? Wait a second. Can you buy gatherer gear here? Fieldcraft tools. Yeah, you can only buy the new ones. It's a bit unfortunate. Because I wanted to get a new tool for my fisher. Or maybe I could just buy it on the market board. Because I really don't want to teleport. You know what? Let's synth all of this. Just to clear out my inventory a little bit. And then I would have to look for which of these actually go for the highest price. So many new materials. Wait, is there a... Unfortunately, I don't think that there is a company chest here somewhere, right? I think those actually only exists in the main cities, or rather the old cities. For some reason. Yeah, now that I think about it, that's actually kind of weird, isn't it? Hey, Sorbonne! I see Sorbonne there. This does clear out my inventory a little bit, at least. I should probably put these ones away, actually. What are you doing here? You too have found yourself idle, my friend. If you seek to occupy your time until the Ark is ready, you needn't go far. Even the markets here in Sharlayan are filled with the most wondrous of sights. Indeed they are. But yeah, there is no company chest here, right? Or is there? I don't think there is, actually. Huh. Yeah, the company chests are always just, they're only in the, with the grand companies, right? It's a bit unfortunate. Should I... which... Let's see. I need to level her. So she's now level 25, right? And she needs... No, this one. 57. 57 gathering, 25. So let's quickly take a look at whether or not we're able to get a level 25 Fisher rod and how much that costs. Alright, it just shows you everything, right? Doesn't it? Level 25, 54 gathering. Yeah, sure. Is that enough for her to be able to go on that excursion? I actually have 109,000 gil on her. What the hell did I sell? Oh wait. I think that's a lot of the new stuff, isn't it? Probably. Yeah, this one was pretty expensive. Oh wait. Attributes and gear. She's still wearing the bikini. Let's see. 54. So I think she would still have to be equipped with other gathering stuff as well, right? Yeah. I mean, let's just quickly get that. And this one... I'll just de-synth it. What's going on here? There's really rather a lot going on. Guess let's go for Fisher. Level 25. Gathering 23. Sure. I mean, they cost 1,200 in a shop. Let's look for the headgear. Although I have a sneaking suspicion that this is going to be equally expensive. 20, 25, control. Wait, is there no gathering gear? Perception, oh. Well, that's unfortunate. I can't do that here. Guess I'll send her on the level 20 mission for now then. I mean, that's fine. At least she has something to do. Let's sell these. They aren't worth anything. No, they're not. Sell these. I don't have any other stuff of these, do I? No, in fact, I don't think I don't. Let's go through all of my retainers first. Rhea. Actually need to remember that. 12,000. Violet quartz. 108,000. Oh right, it's sold some materia. Yeah, definitely need to continue doing that. And then fleece as well. Let's put this on the retainer first. Let's see. Castran rolls 50,000. Well, nice. Huh, I wonder if these will sell at some point. Let's see here. That's not really worth much, right? I suspect a lot of people picked this. Where did I get these from? Oh, right, from the retainer thing. Acorn Brown? I guess that's better than nothing. Although it doesn't actually sell all that often. Let's put it at 590 though. Maybe it'll sell at some point. Sea Fog Blue. 330. Sunset Orange. Oh. Well, that's really not worth much, is it? But no matter. Yeah, she needs to sell materia again. I need to get on that, but I can do that tomorrow. Or whenever I'm finished with the story. Coral Pink. Let's see here. Let's go for... Oh, right, I have some other dyes as well. Ooh. Let's do 939. These are probably not worth much either, right? No. I suspect that most of the... Oh, this is actually... That's interesting. 3... Like this? Yeah. Philosopher's Sandwich. Coconut Cod Chowder? Whoa! What's going on there? Why does that sell for that much? 1970. Let's sell these then, right? I mean, at least we'll get something out of them. Oh, I still have these. Reunion cheese. Well, that's not worth much. Baked alien soup. 190. And then we'll sell the material as well. Star quartz is 3.5 like this, and then blue zircon 1.6, and moon gel. Huh. Let's just do the exact same thing. What was it? 79? Yeah. That was fast. This. Are they botting that stuff that everybody's selling 99er stacks? Snow linen. It's quite a beautiful name. Good. Whetstone. Were that all of the materials? I think so, right? Alright. Must have been here, right? Nice. That was definitely worth a lot. Let's see if there's something else that's... this is quite promising. As long as I don't have any other materia, I could probably... Quick tongue. That's still on the market, so let's put this there as well. That's actually not... Why is it not worth more than this? Let's put it at 690 then. Maybe I'll get at least a bit lucky. Alright. These can stay. Let's put these on the markets as well. 139, 1890. Cube of moon gel is sold. Interesting. And I just do this. And this one as well, same thing. Just so that they're not, you know, annoying me in my inventory. People really don't want to buy these, huh? $4.99. I actually would have thought that the old material would have been worth a bit more, but then again, maybe there just was way too much of it already in circulation. Alright. I've done that. I guess I could put... Let's see here. Wait. Oh, right, that was her. Right. Do you want to put one boil deck on the market? Maybe it'll sell. Let's do this. Maybe it'll sell. If not, you know, you can always take it off the market again. And then, you know, let's just leave it be for now. Or, well, never mind. I just can't, in good conscience, leave a retainer's market empty. Do they actually sell for now? Let's do 3, 4, like this. Spicy shakshuka. Let's do 790. I don't need all of that anyway, so... that's probably not really worth it to sell. This isn't either. The things that are remaining I'll use to level. Whoa! That's probably the new stuff that you need for certain biz things, I suppose. Let's maybe do this then. That actually might be worth something. Well, I'm missing 2. Let's put this. And I think this was also worth at least something, yeah. Let's actually do this. Maybe I'll get lucky. At least this way my retainers aren't empty in terms of the market, right? This probably won't sell right away. Then we'll put this here and the rest of the stuff. And let's put this here. The rest I'll keep as is. I mean, well, right, I actually wanted to sell something from the gear coffers, but I think I'll do that some other time. That would take too much time now to actually scour the markets of which one sells for the most gil and stuff like that. It's not really worth it right now. And yeah, I just wanted to clean up my inventory just a little bit. I mean, it's not a little bit, I actually cleaned it out really well. Was there something else I wanted to do? Why is your wheel thing pink? I mean, then again, why not, right? So I guess we'll continue with the main story. It feels kind of weird. It feels like I wanted to do something else, but then maybe I didn't. And I have my gear, right? Let's see. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru. It
was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Ishtola, Tancred, and Urionje have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Krahatia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alphino and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Levelier estate, though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I wonder why. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you've a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Ishtola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess. So do remember to get a good night's sleep. Is that the new glamour? That's a new, a couple of people have a new glamour here, right? I think that's the new, isn't the new Dragoon glamour? And that's the new Black Mage glamour, right? Yeah, the new, and that's Sage. These, and the other ones are old ones. The new stuff really, really looks good. So to the last stand then, huh? I think... well, I'm not quite sure. It is later than I suspected it would be, so... I'll probably... well, I'm definitely not able to finish the story today. But at this pace, I don't know if I could finish it tomorrow either. So I don't know how much further I want to go, really. It is... Let me take a short break, 2 to 3 minutes, and then when I'll be back, I'll continue with the story.
Alright. Yeah. So, I'm definitely going to continue with the story a little bit. I don't know. I'm still quite debating with myself whether or not I want to take a break right before we go to the next zone. The only sort of problem is I want to finish the next zone tomorrow. I definitely want to finish the story tomorrow, but I don't know if I'll actually be able to do that within, 15 hours or something. But, I have to admit that I'm still quite exhausted from yesterday because I decided, to stay up very long and watch another stream. Again, probably not the best idea, but, I also want to do the story justice, obviously. Pay attention to everything and every little detail, and, with us taking a break here, I feel like it would be pretty cool to maybe actually travel to the last zone tomorrow. Oh, that looks quite lovely. What are they eating? That's some kind of baked sandwich, apparently. A burger, obviously. Pizza, another sandwich, a wrap of some kind, orange, with the desserts. Wow. That food really looks tasty. Try as he might, Totaro had no chance of standing between you and a hearty meal. Don't worry, we saved some for you. Ooh, very considerate, Ishtola, thank you. Hast thou perchance had opportunity to partake of the rainbow pudding? Owing to its striking flavor and somewhat garish appearance, 'tis quite popular. Indeed so popular that the last stand stock has been entirely exhausted. I should hope, at the very least, Puddingway did sup upon this most delectable of desserts. Well, I have a slight feeling that might be the reason why, the stocks are entirely exhausted, because Puddingway ate it all. Come to make a trio quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Totaro was finished?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I'll come back to her when I've leveled my other jobs, but otherwise, yeah. Oh, I should have gotten the scholar gear. I completely forgot, but
what a thoughtful
whatever.
surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
I'll look after Scholar once I finish the story.
Indeed. And she's right, It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louisoix gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
That is a very good description of this whole journey. Not only through Endwalker, but through the previous expansions as well. And, every time you thought that you actually learned some vital things and got a deeper insight into what is actually going on, there were always like a million new questions that popped up. And even now, where we sort of resolved a lot of stuff and are heading towards our sort of final destination, I still feel like there's quite a lot of questions that remain to be answered.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine.
Yeah, me neither, really.
But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
We'll get through this together.
Gods, it feels like only yesterday that we went on that mission to Drybone.
Wow. That has been some time. You know what, I actually did that? When did Stormlight release? That was 2017, right? Correct? We now have December of 2021. And that was... I think I bought the game in February of 2017. So about 4 or 5 months before Stormlight released. And yeah, so I must have done... That's like, isn't that like a level 20 mission? Drybone? I think. Something like that. Level 18, level 20, around that, somewhere. I think. So I must have done that, yeah, probably in February 2017, which is, you know, considering that we're almost in 2022, it's almost 5 years ago. Wow. It's incredible to think back on that, right? I would have never imagined that I would play this game a whole lot during the next 5 years. Get to know a whole lot of new people through it. It really is incredible.
We've both changed much since then, have we not?
Indeed we have.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home.
Why does the food look so good?
In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies.
I wonder what those will be.
In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
Let's hope so. But yeah, I do think there is.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee.
No.
Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye. Well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtona? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds.
Oh? The state of the reflections, huh? Not maybe the state of one very particular person in the first?
'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
Well, yeah, you did promise that as well. But yeah, at some point, we probably have to travel to the other shards as well. I mean, if we resolve this the way we currently plan to resolve it, the source and the shards will just continue to exist like they've always done, correct? So, would be cool to be able to travel between them.
Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
True. Tancred would like that as well.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Well, that's a big question, isn't it? I have absolutely no idea. Which is probably the best thing of all.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
Whoa.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
It's quite the toast, isn't it? This is really lovely. Whoa, Oriange, slow down. Yeah, I mean, no matter how this ends, one thing is clear. It will continue as well. Every end marks a new beginning. And I have absolutely not the faintest idea what that will entail. Where we will go next. What our next big adventure is going to be like. Who we will meet. And where we will go. You can always count on your friends to help you maintain perspective. A pity you might take a perverse pleasure in it. I'd like to think I give it... What? I need to... I'd like to think I give as good as I get, though I'd fare better with the occasional assist from our consummate nodder. But it's all in good fun. I wouldn't have it any other way. I say, whence came this simulacrum that stands beside thee? What? I see falsely. But Ishtola and Tancred but moments ago you employed the self-same doubling magic. Alright then, keep the secrets. God, Oriange, what are you doing? Leaving so soon, I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with a Riange, I dare say the others would welcome your company as well. If you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters. You know what? I mean, obviously I want to meet the others as well, but even here, I could have, you know, I could sit here for hours just listening to them talk. You know, think about our future, think about what they'll do, what we still might not know, what other pursuits there might be, other people that might need help, what other worlds there might be to discover. I don't know, there's just almost too much, right, to discuss. Yeah. Just sit there for hours on end. God, I would really like to do that. Wow, I never noticed that the windows actually light up as well. Looks incredible. Yeah. I honestly don't know. There's just so much. Still waiting for us, right? Stinian? What happened to you? What? Surely this isn't the first time you've seen me without my armor? Wow. Alphino, how did you manage to get Stinian to agree to this?
Oh. What brings you here?
Sorry for interrupting your date with Estinian.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
You're fine with this, Estinian, yeah?
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
I'm sorry.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
True.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today.
Would have never thought that the trailer line dropped here. Although it does make sense, obviously.
Tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family.
Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Ooh, Estinian wants to escape the feelings.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know.
Aww. Little Lord Alphino.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
You were never one to forsake a friend, Alphino.
No, I'm not. And I'm proud of that.
This already quite feels like the farewell tour, doesn't it? All that remains is to return to the annex and give my armor one last polish. I expect Alphino has maintenance to carry out on those floating things of his too. A few of our comrades decided to remain a while in Sharlayan after making their deliveries. Did you happen to pass any on your way here? Actually not. Probably should have looked out for them. Huh. I don't know where they are though. Then again, let's take the other bridge. Maybe they're here actually, somewhere. Or somebody's crafting here. That's also something that I always like to see. You know, when people don't just sit, I don't know, 1 millimeter from the market board or the retainer bell, but actually look for like beautiful spots to craft. I don't know if anyone is supposed to be here. Certainly don't see anybody here. We need to go to Numenon, right? Got the music. This is such a great place. God. How I really would wish to just, you know, stay here. Like, actually be here. In real life, right? Sit down there in the cafe. 3 really good friends. Just joke about the things that happened. You know, already looking forward to our next adventures and studies that we might do the next day. how great that would be. You know, to live here, to learn. I mean, obviously we still haven't finished. There's still a lot to worry about, but... I'm putting away. We're eating all the pudding. Yeah. Graha, are you sleeping? You try speaking with Alice, but she's fast asleep. How many books have they read?
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come.
The piano music always gets me.
Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over.
Mm-hmm.
From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness.
Thank you, Cryle.
When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
I will.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone.
Oh.
Understood? Not one word. I'm I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Well. Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. God. This is already far too beautiful of an end. What's going on? I just... God. I kind of just want to... I don't know. Have it stay this way. I don't know what there is going to be next, right? I mean... Obviously I know that we have to do this, right? We have to save our star. In order for these moments to be possible in the future as well. What I wouldn't give to really cherish these things, though. You know, I could literally sit here and have cutscenes like that for the next, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Just, you know, watching them eat, discuss the happenings of today. That's enough reading for one day. As we don't know how long we'll be away, I'd best return these books before we depart. And eat. I'm absolutely famished. What about you? I just ate. I see. Perhaps I'll stop at the last stand on my way back. God, I didn't realize I was so tired. One moment I was resting my eyes, and the next I should go and get some air. Maybe a quick bout of training, but no sleep. Not sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Please don't say that. If nothing else, these two seem to be in good spirits. Still, I'll see them back to the annex for some proper rest, even if I have to drag them by the ears. It's also so perfect that it's night, right? Do I want to... Nah. I think I'll still watch the next cutscene. Actually rest up and then log out. God. Whatever will happen, I do hope that we get... I mean, I'm sure they... Well, obviously they know what they're doing, but... You know... I want to have a proper center for everyone.
This is so weird, right? I honestly don't know where this is gonna go next. And, you know, to be completely honest, that line with, you know, looking out for my own happiness, I actually hope that we get something like that. That our next adventure, whatever it will be, you know, is a small one. I mean, it might as well develop into a big one for the next expansion, but, you know, it would be really cool to actually have... I would really like that, to actually have, like, one patch, or even two, where there's actually not that much happening. Where, you know, we're only getting to know new people and visiting distant lands. I really hope that's going to be the case. Give the Warrior of Light some proper rest, right? Give us happiness. At least for a while. Alright. Let us rest then. And start the end of this grand journey. Welcome back. Return to catch a final few wings before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. I hope to. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. What? Or maybe others reminisce about their time as well? Or, oh. Well... What? Has he changed his outfit, or did it transform somehow? What has he been doing?
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
See, I knew he was going to take those words to heart.
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
He still has his part to play, I feel like. And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning. Wow.
How often have we thus assembled?
It'd be hard to count, actually. With the about, I don't know, 800 quests or however much there were.
To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all. The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion.
I wonder how difficult that's going to be, right? We'll encounter there.
As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait!
Let Tataru say her bit as well.
Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, And be safe.
You too, Totaro. I'm just... What is going to happen? I really wonder. Until the heavens. You know what? Oh, I think I have to... I can't even get to my chambers before I take this quest, huh? I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. With that, I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. I hope the teachings of God of Baldessian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there, find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the Sea of Stars. Wait, what? You can't... what? No! I wanted to actually... what? I wanted to actually rest? Well, that's unfortunate. Guess I have to continue playing. I mean, I don't know. This is such a perfect place to take a break, right? I have a feeling I haven't even done anything the last 2 hours. I mean, technically I haven't done that much, but... it's just... As I said before, you know, you really feel this... I don't know, you really have this feeling that you kind of don't want to continue, right? Because it truly is a journey unto the unknown. You know what? I think I'll log out here in the main hall. Although Kryl and Totaro are probably still here, right? No, they're actually not. Yeah. I think, you know, looking at these pictures of our past adventures, everything we've discovered, all the places we've visited, the map of our world that we're trying to save.
I think this is actually an even better place to log out. Truly. To gaze upon this world. This really is, I don't know, such a somber moment, right? So many memories and experiences, truly wonderful moments. Really gets you sentimental, doesn't it? I think this is where I'll leave it for today. Safe in the knowledge that we'll embark on a true final journey. Tomorrow. And I truly know not what to expect, because I feel like it's going to be so much more than just confronting and defeating Meteion, because that in and of itself isn't really, I mean, we already know sort of everything that we need to know, right? It feels like we've even all of the sort of questions in terms of morale and philosophy and the ideas and problems that come of something like that, this calamity born out of the despair, desperation, fear, the reason why Meteion exists and what she was looking for and why she acts the way that she does. I have a feeling that there's going to be more to it. That it's going to be, I don't know. It's certainly not just going to be us flying there and confronting Meteion. I think there's going to be so much more there. Either it's going to be a lot of hardships, sort of another journey of self-discovery, but then again, we've already had that sort of multiple times, right? That is also a thing. It feels like all the character arcs are so complete already, right? Everything has already been wrapped up, if you think about it in terms of the story or the writing for the characters. So I truly wonder what it is that will await us, and what other things we might learn, what other things we might discover. But one thing is very, very clear. It will be an incredibly special and unique journey. Probably completely different than what we expected. Wow. This game just, I don't know, you get really sentimental while playing it. That's just in the nature of things, isn't it? Well, I honestly don't know what more to say.
which has been a reoccurring occurrence during Endwalker, I feel like. So let's truly cherish these final moments. Think about all we've done, all we've seen, all the places we've visited, the characters we've met, the challenges we faced, and the happy moments that we had. Keeping them all in our mind together. And just I guess try to walk towards the end with hope, light, and happiness in our hearts. This is it then. This is the stream for today, and I will continue tomorrow. Until then, have a great night, great day, great morning, wherever you are. And keep that same hope and light and happiness in your hearts as well. So that we may walk free. See you. Until tomorrow. Bye bye.